From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and good morning across all these many time zones, from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands all the way east across this great land to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Well, we're going to get in lots of trouble tonight, I suppose. I've got a lot of neat guests coming up, and I just have a surprise guest for you tonight. Subject, the Chupacabra. And I've got a million faxes and emails here. Dear Art, we saw a report about the goat sucker, or Chupacabra, on our local NBC Channel 4 News today out of Los Angeles. The news anchors, Ken and Barbie, did not seem amused. Looks like some fairly serious stuff. See you on the radio. Regards, Bill. Or here we go again. Right now, 6:20 p.m., CBS affiliate, Channel 2. There is a long report about the Chupacabras, saying that there have been accounts all over the outskirts of Los Angeles now where dead animals like chickens and rabbits have been showing up by the dozens with 2 puncture marks in various parts of their bodies. No blood on the ground. In fact, no blood. No signs of struggle. My skin is crawling. This is getting a little too close to home. That's from an archaeologist in Los Angeles. Or Art just got done watching the 6 o'clock news on Channel 2. CBS did a long-term segment on Chupacabra, or the goat sucker. They showed dead ghost chickens, other various animals. This story from Mexico City. Reuters, a giant bat-like creature is terrorizing a village in a northern Mexican state where goats are found dead daily, with their blood sucked dry. Poor farmers from a village there have formed nighttime vigilante squads to track down the flying beast that has been dubbed the goat sucker. We are telling people to keep the women and children locked up and inside at night. This is real. There's something out there. It may be very old. It may be very new. I really couldn't tell you, but I can just tell you that it certainly is out there. So, coming up in just a couple of moments, a few moments, I've got Hector, or Tito as you wish, Armstrong, who is from Puerto Rico. He just happens to be the guy who operates the Chupacabra web page on the Internet. Also happens to be studying this whole thing, is at Princeton University in New Jersey, and is as much of an expert as you're going to find these days on Chupacabra, which is some kind of horrible new animal. Here somehow, unimaginably, either something new, something from somebody's lab, something created, or something that has come through the veils, the openings to elsewhere. We don't know. But we're going to talk about it, and by the way, that is the very topic that is going to be discussed on America Online's Periscope, in their Periscope area. If you'd like to join in on the discussion, here's how you do it. You get on America Online, quick as you can, because it will fill quickly. Matter of fact, I better get on quickly, or there won't be room for me. And then you go to keyword on AOL. Just click on keyword and enter the word Periscope, Parascope, Periscope. And then the chat area, called the Grassy Knoll. Grassy Knoll. Grassy Knoll. What a name for a chat area, huh? Yesterday, by the way, resulted in the first cloning of that chat room. It was so many people in there, it automatically cloned itself. So I would hurry and get in there. The discussion will be, no doubt, about Chupacabra, this creature that is now all over our news. First in Puerto Rico, then Mexico, then South America, Central America, Mexico, and now Chupacabra looks as though it has landed right here in the good old USA. So in just a moment, we're going to go all the way to Princeton University and we're going to talk to Hector Armstrong, who is from Puerto Rico and knows about the Chupacabra. And by the way, if you want to go up to my webpage, there is a link to Hector's Chupacabra page, and you can read all about the Chupacabra and see a drawing of it. Ugly, ugly sucker that it is. To Princeton University in New Jersey we go, and to Hector or Tito Armstrong. Hector, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Art. How are you?
Just fine. What would you prefer to be called, Hector or Tito?
Actually, I'll go by my nickname, which is Tito.
Tito. All right,
Yeah.
Tito. Welcome to the program. You are from Puerto Rico, right?
Yes, that's correct.
How long have you been up here going to school?
Basically, I'm a class of 1996, which means that I was here since 1990, basically.
I see. Quite a while then.
Yeah, definitely.
and-
4 years in the U.S.
All right. What, if I might ask, I guess because of where you're from, but what got you interested in Chupacabra?
Well, some friends of mine went home for break last year in October, and I hadn't been home for a long time. And they told me that the new thing in Puerto Rico was the Chupacabra. It's something that everybody was talking about. It was something that was on the news. It was like the latest thing in Puerto Rico. So that basically got me informed about it. I had not heard about it before. And it got me very interested in the subject because everyone was talking about it, basically.
All right, there are a lot of people in my audience that don't have computers, Hector, and they can't go to your homepage. So let's begin this way. What the hell is this thing, and what does it look like? Can you describe it as best you can without being able to show people a picture? If you just close your eyes and describe it, what does this creature look like?
Okay, well, according to most eyewitness accounts or most reports, this creature supposedly has the shape of a small kangaroo, but is sort of reptilian in nature with two large red eyes, and so basically it would look like a cross between a small kangaroo and a small dinosaur. That's, I think, the best way to describe it, and it has allegedly some spines growing out of its back.
I was going to ask you about that. It looks scaly on its back.
Exactly, yes. And then it basically looks very like typically gray alien in nature with regards to its head, and then the body then looks sort of like kangarooish with a tail at the end.
Can this thing fly?
Allegedly it can. I mean, there have been some reports that it can fly, but I mean, obviously, due to the nature of this, that hasn't been confirmed in any way yet.
Right. All right. What in the? It began, I guess, in Puerto Rico, or at least the first reports were there. Then I began to hear reports about South America. Then I started to hear reports about Mexico, and in the last couple of days, suddenly Los Angeles, even Oregon, the U.S. West Coast. How can this thing be spreading so quickly?
Well, I mean, I think the most logical thing to assume is that this sort of thing has been going on already for a while, and it's only because of the exposure of the Chupacabra or the name Chupacabra in Puerto Rico. Then people started to link the name to these sort of happenings that have been going on for a while.
Well, now, wait a minute. I'm not sure about that, Hector, or Tito. I'm sorry, we'll call you Tito. Tito, because I watch the news very carefully for things like this, and we have not been getting reports, other than an occasional cattle mutilation, of chickens and goats with the blood drained from their bodies and 2 marks on the outside and 4 marks on the inside. We've not been getting those reports. This is fairly recent.
Okay, well, then that means that definitely something stranger is going on. I mean, my explanation would sound logical, but I guess that if we haven't been hearing about stuff like that, then this is even more mysterious than we previously had thought.
Right.
Which is very interesting indeed.
It is, and it seems to be spreading quickly. If you had to make a guess, or maybe I'd ask you, Tito, what is the best guess about where this thing comes from?
the best guess?
Yeah.
That's very hard to say. I mean, theories. People have been sending me theories ever since I put the webpage on, and they range from very out there to very mainstream explanations. I would hesitate to hazard a guess, but basically the consensus, if there is any, seems to be that this is something that is not native to the Earth. I mean, however strange that sounds. I think regarding everything that's been going on, that's our best bet. And then if we go from there, then that we go from there. But this is definitely something that hasn't been seen before, and everything about it, even its attacks, the way it does this, samples that have been collected of the creature itself point to something that hasn't been seen, that is not native to the Earth.
Not native to the Earth.
Which, I mean, by that I mean that for example, the chemical composition of blood samples taken have not been able to be classified in any way, and even the way that this creature attacks animals hasn't been seen before. So that's basically what I mean by this. It is something totally new.
Well, the theories I get, Tito, are that it may have come through a veil, through an opening from another dimension. It may be something new. Maybe it's something from one of our labs. You know, we're doing a lot of genetic tampering about these days. So you think, though, that it comes from off-world?
Well, I mean, basically, one of the major theories is of course related to the alien theory, especially alien crossbreeding experiments. That's a pretty popular theory currently, and it posits that this creature was created and then somehow either let loose or some other thing in Puerto Rico and elsewhere. I mean, and then this creature has become a native species to the Earth. Then,
do you think it began in Puerto Rico?
I'm really not so sure. I mean, due to the big, the very big exposure it got in Puerto Rico, and the many animals that were found, I'd have to hazard a guess that at least this type of creature, this type of chupacabra, did start in Puerto Rico.
All right. Well, what seemed to begin as a taste for chicken and goats recently seems to have turned to a taste for humans. There's reports now of human beings being attacked.
And if one assumes that this creature is a species and it exhibits normal species characteristics, which it means that it breeds or that there's more than one, then I guess it would be inevitable for it to have more and more contact with human beings, and then and interaction or altercation is inevitable then. But I don't think that necessarily means that the chupacabra is ready to or is starting to attack humans per se. But then again, I mean, I would be on my guard just in case.
Well, I wouldn't want to meet one.
Definitely.
Another theory that some people have forwarded, there's a story running today about how many thousands of people in the U.S. are dying because of pollution. And there have been a million science fiction movies done about creepy, crawly things that come out of swamps, which, by the way, you've got quite a few of down there in Puerto Rico, I guess. And could it be some reaction to toxicity released by man? Could that have caused, do you suppose, some kind of mutation?
That is possible. I mean, however, that would mean that the mutation would have happened over a while, because mutations don't usually happen like overnight. And
unless they've got help.
Exactly. It's always a possibility. I mean, it does happen in nature. This is a fact.
Okay, well, what can you tell me about what happened in Puerto Rico? It's all been very sketchy. A gal who's on my Dreamland show, Linda Howe, has gone to Puerto Rico and looked for this creature. Now, I don't think I would do that. I don't want to hunt up this creature and hope it doesn't hunt me up. But what has it done in Puerto Rico? What is documented?
Well, basically, there have been documented cases of basically animals being found drained of their blood in Puerto Rico. Probably thousands of animals over the past year.
Thousands.
Yeah, probably the low thousands. There hasn't been an official count, probably because the government doesn't really take this very seriously. They're basically keeping their distance, and it's basically been the local people who have taken it upon themselves to basically either be on their guard or try to look for this thing. And they have organized a lot of searches for it, and they've come up with nothing so far.
If they should find this thing, Hector, would you think they should try and tranquilize it, if that's possible, or put a bullet through its little brain, or, what would you see done with it?
Personally, I mean, I would definitely not. I mean, I would definitely study it because due to what it does and what it is, I think it presents a very interesting. It's a very interesting chance to learn something new. I mean, that's putting it mildly. This is something that is new and should be studied. And if it poses a threat, then I guess people will deal with that when the time comes. But I mean, since it's only been attacking animals, I don't think it justifies annihilating it for now.
Yeah, okay. Look, sucking blood, or sucking all the blood from a victim, is a either bat or vampire-like thing. And could this be a variation of a bat? There are blood-sucking bats, right?
Yes, it's totally possible. And due to the fact that a lot of people have reported that this thing flies, then that gives credence to that hypothesis. However, I mean the way that vampire bats work, I mean they since they're so small, then they only suck out very little blood out of their victims. They definitely don't drain them dry.
That's a good point.
And especially since there's only been observed maybe 2 puncture marks in most of the victims,
right.
Most of the animal victims, then that either means that if it is a bat, it's a very big one, and it's something totally new, and which may exhibit the characteristics of a bat, but couldn't be called a bat per se. But that definitely enters into the whole,
How big do you think this creature is?
People have said that this creature is about maybe 4 feet tall, maybe smaller. That's basically been the consensus out of the many people who have seen this face to face.
If you, with all your interest in Chupacabra, had an opportunity to go home to Puerto Rico, or even here in the States, and come face to face with one, would you do it?
Would I do? I mean, if yeah, I think I would do it.
You would, huh?
Yeah, it sounds like something very, that I would like to do, especially if there had been reports of the Chupacabra or a Chupacabra-like creature attacking humans, that I definitely not consider it. But I'll tell you one thing, I wouldn't be alone, and I'll tell you another thing, I wouldn't be totally without any means of protection.
Are you a religious person, Tito?
Not really.
Okay. There are many religious people who would say this is a manifestation of the devil on earth. And certainly some of what it does is pretty devilish,
I would guess.
to put it mildly. All right, what I would like you to do is hold on. We're going to take a break here at the bottom of the hour. You're listening to Tito Armstrong, who runs the Chupacabra homepage on the Internet and is at Princeton University in New Jersey. And we'll get back to him, and soon your calls and questions about this brand new creature. Something new on our Earth. From where? That one's open to speculation, and we'll be right back. It's going to be quite an evening. We've got Tito Armstrong from Princeton University in New Jersey. He runs the Chupacabra homepage. And that's what we're talking about. The Chupacabra. It began in Puerto Rico, but recent reports indicate, guess what? It's here now. So we'll Talk more about that in just a moment. Also, I want to remind you there is a chat going on if you are a computer person, underway right now on America Online in a place called the Periscope area. It's an area, really. You go and just hit keyword Periscope, Parascope, Periscope. Type that in for a keyword. And then go to the Grassy Knoll chat room. You'll find me in there right now and a lot of other people talking about Chupacabra. Now, it's back to Princeton University in New Jersey, and Tito Armstrong, who runs the Chupacabra homepage. And Tito, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. One of the people on the chat room that I'm in right now, Tito, wanted me to tell you, and I should not have forgotten this, there have been ongoing UFO reports in and around Mexico City for about the last year, Tito, and this is really serious. I mean, with hundreds of thousands of people seeing these craft, almost now so frequently to the point where they take it in stride in Mexico City. Do you think there might be some kind of relationship between all this UFO activity, and you've had a fair amount down in Puerto Rico, too?
Yes, that's right.
And the appearance of Chupacabra?
I mean, one would think that just because of the sheer volume of sightings that there has to be a link. So I mean, my best guess, or my only guess, would be that yeah, there has to be a link. But I mean, that begets the question: exactly what is this link? Because we only have that evidence of sightings and that the Chupacabra exists and is on the rampage. We don't have anything else yet. So I would hesitate to.
I don't suppose we know a thing about Chupacabra's sexual habits, do we?
Nope. Just that there has to be more than one if it is indeed a real creature. That's basically, and then if there is more than one, then that means that it exhibits normal and what you could call animal characteristics, and that it mates and it reproduces.
I can't think that a lot of us would like a lot of these around. I mean, first of all, 4 feet. I mean, you can deal with a bat, the stories of bats that suck blood, and that's one thing. But when you start talking about something 4 feet tall, it's going to have a big appetite.
Exactly, and it's. I mean, the one concrete true fact of this whole thing is that it's this. I mean, whatever it is, it's hurting people economically. So I mean, and the way things work in this country and elsewhere, that basically is reason enough to get rid of these things. I mean, if that's good or bad, I don't know. But I mean,
I don't know either. I mean, wolves. You remember wolves?
Uh-huh.
They hurt farmers economically and would kill farm animals.
Yes.
And they thought at first they should be eradicated from the face of the earth because they were killing farm animals. But now they're taking wolves back into Yellowstone and trying to repopulate, to the astonishment of some farmers out there, trying to repopulate Yellowstone with gray wolves. So I wonder, in this modern day and age of politically correct everything, if Chupacabra might not be listed as an endangered species.
Who is to say? I mean, if the Chupacabra exhibits the characteristics that people say it does, then I guess keeping it under control would be nearly impossible if that were true, and that makes it a lot difficult for it to follow the example of the wolf. But then again, I mean, it is way too early to speculate on that.
You would rather see it studied, I take it, than eradicated.
At least, well, yes, at first. I mean, I think it would sound stupid for me to say, yeah, we should eradicate this. I mean, without gaining as much insight as we can as to what it is or what does it do and why does it do what it do. So, I mean, I definitely take the line that this thing should be studied.
Mm-hmm.
This phenomenon should be studied.
Yeah, Tito, where are you from in Puerto Rico?
I'm from a city called Ponce, which is on the south coast of Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm. Where has the action, when it began in Puerto Rico, did it begin at one part of the island, or did it sort of spread everywhere?
I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing that I can say is that it started in rural areas, possibly to the northwest of the island, and but it definitely was not limited to that area. It either spread or was there already. So this is definitely not something that was localized in Puerto Rico, even though it's a very small island.
All right, look, we've got a link on our webpage over to your webpage, so people can very easily jump over there. Let me ask you this. What's on your homepage that people can see?
I have various articles from many magazines and some newspapers that detail what the whole Chupacabras phenomenon from the beginning, from when it became very, very prevalent in the news. I have an article, for example, from a magazine called Strange Magazine, and I have an article from various other internet resources that pretty much sum up what the Chupacabra is and what people have been seeing and what has been the result, which is animals being found with their blood drained. And that's one part of the page. Another part of the page deals with just like the Chupacabras as a cultural phenomenon, the way people have been commercializing this, and
yeah, I think you can get a Chupacabra T-shirt now, right?
Yeah, actually, I own one myself.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, my grandmother sent me one from Puerto Rico. Apparently they're selling very well there and in New York, is what I've been hearing.
When I first heard about this, I thought urban or even suburban legend, sort of a myth.
Yes.
It sounds like a mythical creature, but now the reports are getting too numerous, too many reports to believe that. I think something's... So one of two things is happening. Either we have this urban-suburban legend that is growing by leaps and bounds, or the Chupacabra is growing by leaps and bounds, because one little Chupacabra certainly could not... there's no way that it could spread from Puerto Rico to South America, Central America, North America now, all the way up to Oregon, for heaven's sakes.
Definitely.
They've got to be out there doing a bit of breeding. Do we know anything about its habitat? In other words, first it sounded like a warm or tropical area, semi-tropic area, inhabitant, but now it's spreading north into temperate zones, and that's a little frightening.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could speculate all day on its habits. I mean, just from the evidence we have, I think we can draw a few conclusions in that it's not very basically limited to climates such as Puerto Rico, and we may even speculate that the Chupacabras or a Chupacabra-like creature moves to find either food. I mean, just like any other animal. For example, I've been hearing right now that reports from Puerto Rico have been slowly decreasing in the past few weeks, while reports from Mexico have been increasing.
Exactly.
And also in the U.S. as well. So that may be another piece of evidence, another clue as to what this creature is all about.
Do we know anything about, for example, is it, do you think, a nocturnal beast?
Just from what people have been telling me through email, it seems to be mainly nocturnal, but definitely not limited to this. There's one report in one of the magazine articles in the page about a sighting, which was the Chupacabra was witnessed by a woman in Puerto Rico in broad daylight. So it says when it's described in articles, it's mostly described as diurnal, which means that it's seen both day and night.
Great. Has anybody yet managed to take a photograph?
Not that I would see. I mean, the way the whole Chupacabras has been moving throughout the internet is that people exchange information very rapidly, and if someone had taken a photograph, then I would imagine that by now I would have gotten my hands on it. People have not. It's only been limited to people sketching the Chupacabra and basically either doing an animation or doing a computer image of it, which is, for example, the image that I have on my page at the beginning. That would be an artist's rendering of it.
Okay, I can just tell you I would pick up and run. You wanted to talk a little bit, too, about the cultural aspect of this. So give me your best shot there.
Well, basically, you touched upon it earlier when you were talking about the Chupacabras as a myth. I find the subject to be as interesting, or maybe even more interesting than the whole mystery of the Chupacabras, the creature. I think that the way, especially Puerto Ricans, have reacted to this, and then Mexicans and Americans and South Americans have reacted to this, points to the fact that the creation of a new type of folkloric beast, or similar to say, for example, a leprechaun in Ireland. This has become a part of Puerto Rican culture, for good or for worse, right now, and it's also been given life in the commercial sphere due to the T-shirts, and there's been a couple songs written on it.
Songs, Chupacabra songs.
Yeah, in a genre called merengue, which is a type of Latin music. There's been a couple songs written about that, and they've been hits in Puerto Rico. So that's another piece of the cultural puzzle of it. And then, I mean, obviously the T-shirts. There's a report, for example, of a restaurant being named after it in Miami.
Really?
And another interesting thing is that the whole blood-sucking motif of the Chupacabra has been used in political commentary in Mexico. The word Chupacabra is now being used to describe politicians.
Instead of politicians, Chupacabras, huh?
Yes, and they've been some politicians have been likened to a Chupacabra, like sucking the blood out of the people. So, I mean, it's pretty much very rapidly becoming a part of the vernacular.
Well, let me tell you what bothers me, Tito. As long as this beast is hitting goats and chickens and things like that, we can almost dispassionately discuss it.
Yes.
But they had pictures of a man in Mexico City or near it who was attacked, who had 2 giant bite marks, and had a lot of his blood sucked, and so it's beginning to attack human beings.
Mm-hmm. I think you're exactly right. And if it happens that it starts attacking humans, then this will turn very seriously, basically overnight, and it won't seem as funny anymore.
Yeah, well, we're a great source of quite a bit of blood. The human being carries a lot of blood,
mm-hmm.
And would a creature, I guess a bat, get sustenance from blood? Is blood for lack of a better phrase, is it a life giver? Would it sustain a creature of that size? Could it live on blood alone?
Well, I have a couple sources in Puerto Rico who are telling me that this creature does not like human blood. How this person got this information, I really can't say, because I don't know. I know this person personally, and I trust his judgment. So this is what he's saying. And besides that, people who have been emailing me some people who seem to have some sort of information, which I don't know how they got it. They say that this is not the case. However, I mean, obviously, you have to take this with a grain of salt. So I really can tell you, until we see this creature attacking humans, then we can assume that it's going to continue to do this, and hopefully, the man in Mexico City incident is an isolated event.
Hopefully. But, these reports, I'm quite shocked that the major networks are reporting on this in Los Angeles and elsewhere, and they're treating it not like the UFO stories, where, frequently at the end of the newscast they all have a little laugh and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
They're not laughing.
You mean they're treating this seriously?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that is very surprising. I think in some ways it's unprecedented. And that definitely is another piece of evidence that something serious is going on. What that is, then we don't really know for sure, but that definitely something. So that this is something seriously.
All right.
And it shouldn't be totally dismissed. Obviously because of the lack of evidence, this shouldn't be taken totally seriously. But we should be looking for to find answers.
All right, let's take a couple of calls before the top of the hour, Tito, and see what people have to say. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Tito Armstrong about the Chupacabra. Hi.
Hello, Tito.
Hello.
With the Chupacabra,
mm-hmm.
Do you think there's any? You talked about it like being from a manifestation from hell or something of that effect.
No, I did.
You did.
Yeah, I said. Well, obviously, a religious person is going to think this thing, the way it looks and the way it operates, is from down under, and I don't mean Australia.
Yeah. Do you think there's any correlation between that and Howard Stern and Baba Booey?
Without a doubt, sir.
Tito, what about you?
Without a doubt.
It's unanimous.
Okay.
In your ear, sir. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Tito Armstrong. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
This is Bill from Reno.
Hello, Bill.
Yes. I believe this Chupacabra thing.
Chupacabra.
Yes, I believe it to be older than we are. This is more than likely a survivor of the Great Extinction living underground.
Well, now there's something I hadn't thought of, Tito, that this thing may have come from a subterranean location.
Well, I've been hearing about the subterranean motif linked to the Chupacabra, and so some people have said it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously no evidence at all, but I mean that's just one of the many theories out there. And I mean,
I wouldn't reject that. It may have been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
Well, I think it fits in really well as far as all these earthquakes and whatnot. The tunnels are opening.
It's true.
Like down in Mexico or South Puerto Rico, and then up in Portland. It seems pretty strange that they haven't been sighted between the two areas.
It's a good point. Also, I've got a message here that I want to ask you about, Tito. From the chat room, it says, please ask more about the blood that was studied from the animal carcasses. You mentioned that it was an unknown blood type.
Yeah, there have been some reports about that this blood was analyzed in a lab, and for example, one of the things that was found is that the iron content of it was there was no correlation between that type of iron content and any other type of blood that's been found in animals or humans.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, it is very odd. I mean, I really cannot confirm this report at all, but if this is true, then I mean, then that's a piece of the puzzle right there. I mean, from scientific investigation of this, and not just any claim of some person who claims to have seen this. If this is true, then it could be actual evidence pointing out that this is something new. I mean, a creature that is not that has no. That is new to this earth, or as you said, a mutation of some sort.
Well, I'll say this much. Whatever it is, it seems to me that we've got to get one and study it, and we've got to find out what its sexual habits are like, and whether it's multiplying. One can only imagine, with all the reports across this many miles, that it is multiplying rapidly. And you've got to wonder how we should react to it. In other words, whether it is something new, even though horrible to us, normal, and it should be here, or whether we should, as a civilization, decide we are going to eradicate it. But before we do either one or make a decision, we've got to know more about it, which means we've got to get our hands on one.
Exactly. And I guess this is time to bring up the government cover-up angle, which is alive and well with the Chupacabras, as it seems to be with a lot of things nowadays. Some people have said that the government has captured a couple of these creatures, and I mean, this is obviously unconfirmed, and I have no way of knowing this is true. It's just something someone said.
Probably
in an email.
Probably at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, no doubt.
Could be, and that they are studying this right now. And then I think it would, if I was a government official, then it would be logical for me to keep this quiet, at least for the time being. Until you figured out what you were dealing with. Exactly, to prevent panic. And basically the same philosophy that people have been saying that the government hasn't been forthcoming about UFOs is that they want to avoid a panic. So if I was them and I had a creature, then I would definitely keep it quiet for now.
All right, Tito, hold on. We're going to take a break here at the top of the hour. My guest is Tito Armstrong. The subject, an unusual one, La Chupacabra, which now is making its debut appearance here in the U.S., so it's worth listening to. Anybody want to make a blood donation? A lot of calls when we come back.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 8, 1996.
Good morning, everybody. We just did 2 hours on Chupacabra. You know me, I like doing different stuff. We had Tito Armstrong here from Princeton, New Jersey, who operates the webpage that deals exclusively with Chupacabra. If you want to know more about it, go to my webpage and jump to the Chupacabra page. That jump is there for you now. My webpage is www.artbell.com. All right, it's off into the world of open line talk radio, and I'll outline some of what we're going to do here in a few moments. I want to let everybody know Vidian is on. We just brought the Vidian program up, so if anybody wants to call and see me do my thing, now is the time. Off into news here in a moment. Credible sources in the U.S. forecast that unless present federal law is changed, and quickly, the next generation in America is going to pay more than 80% of their income in taxes. Try and imagine that. I think there'll be a revolution first. That means you and everybody in America will depend on government for everything over your 20% allowance. It is going to happen here unless we stop it. Bad news is, we're going to have to stop it, do it ourselves. In case you haven't noticed, government gets its power and your money by convincing you it's acting in your interest. You know, I'm from the government, here to help you. That's how we got into all of this. Good news is, we can absolutely force Washington back on track. It's all in the Sentinel strategy from the American Sentinel Group. The information you're going to have to light a fire under Washington's butt. For a limited time only, it's $19.95. Call 1-800-219-8787 and ask for the Sentinel strategy. It's your call. The number is 1-800-219-8787. Have MasterCard or Visa ready. Write it down. Call it now. 1-800-219-8787. And one more note on Chupacabra. Dear Art, I've seen the website, and you have not seen the look of terror as the victims were overlooking their herd of goats. Somebody needs to interview these people. It was a full-blown news story on KMOL in San Antonio. Art, it is he says Bear County. Bear County is what it is. It is real. How come Linda Moulton Howe hasn't been here by now? These people knew the deal. Well, I would imagine Linda Moulton Howe will make it down there if that's going to be a center of activity for Chupacabra. I wanted to tell you about some guests that I'm working on. I have booked the attorney from the O.J. Simpson trial, Gerald Ullman, who's written a new book called Lessons from the Trial. He'll be here June 3rd. I'm going to book and have been talking with Jerry Purnell, Dr. Jerry Purnell. He co-wrote actually, a book called Lucifer's Hammer, which I have been a big fan of for a very, very long time. And also I have been talking with, though I have not booked because he's a busy man, Tom Clancy. I talked to Tom Clancy back and forth with a few email messages early this morning, after the program, yesterday morning actually now. And so I even know the title of his new book, but I can't tell. And so indeed, at some point here, we're going to have Tom Clancy on. And I'm really, really looking forward to that. I've wanted to interview Tom Clancy for a long time. So that's a little bit of what's coming up. Now, this was mentioned on yesterday's show, late in the program, and it appears to be true. Art, sorry to fill up your mailbox with email, but this new Pepsi drink story is true. There's a new Pepsi drink. Now, It's a pretty strange story. It apparently uses some kind of Brazilian berry. While many Brazilians consider the guarana berry, I think it is, to be a sexual stimulant, PepsiCo is making no claims like that. It is a new soft drink made with the exotic Amazon fruit. Let's just say people are drawn to the berry by its powerful image and mystery, said Brad Shaw, spokesman for Pepsi, at headquarters in Somers, New York. PepsiCo said Monday it is expanding the test marketing of Josta, that's Josta, a carbonated beverage made with this berry that contains caffeine. And they say it is a sexual stimulant. Now, they may not be Pepsi, they're not making that claim, but everybody else is saying it. And I think instead of calling it Josta, they should call it Love Potion number 9. I don't know if they're going to do that, but I think they ought to. The news from Washington, such as it is, really isn't much. The big thing today is the fight over the gas tax. It's kind of dumb. The president had a news conference. Bob Dole had a news conference. The president said he wanted 2 good, clean bills. A temporary repeal of the 4.3-cent gas tax, temporary, through that wording, and a hike in the minimum wage. He'd want that to be permanent. Bob Dole said, well, okay, let's do it, but we'll have 3 clean bills. We'll have the repeal of the gas tax. I think Bob Dole wants it to be permanent. Yes, we'll have a hike in the minimum wage. And number 3, a union labor act, also clean, called the Team Act. Well, late in the day, the president said he'd veto number 3. And Bob Dole said, un momento? You're going to veto that? Well, then we're back to square one. Look, folks, it's what I told you a long time ago about gas prices, and NBC did a big deal on it yesterday. They had finally admitted the truth about it all. Gas prices are about to fall anyway. What the president's going to do with one day's supply injected into the system is the only way you'd really affect anything, because you're affecting supply and demand. But, you know, it's kind of like spitting in the ocean. It's good old-fashioned supply and demand that's really going to cure this, and it is being cured. Foreign oil imports are up, refinery output is up, inventories are up, wholesale gas in the last week went from 77 to 68 cents. More importantly, crude oil has fallen $4 per barrel since February. So all of this is going to be apparent at the pump soon. Prices should fall by about the middle of this month, so that you might know what other nations pay for their gas. In the U.S. now, we have an average of $1.46 per gallon. Britain, $2.99, Japan, $3.90, and in the Netherlands, if you want to tool about, it will cost you $4.43 a gallon. So the whole thing, the political manipulation of this is exactly that, political manipulation, and it's ridiculous. Supply and demand is what is either going to cure or kill all of this. Anyway, it's a useless argument, and what is of interest is the recent Harris poll that shows Bill Clinton 31 points ahead of Bob Dole. And the obvious question is there any way that you can see that Bob Dole could possibly, in any way, beat Bill Clinton? If there is, if you know of any way, I would certainly be interested in knowing about it. And by the way, one of the reasons that I want to bring the co-author of Lucifer's Hammer in is I'm beginning to get word of an asteroid that is out there, and I'll try and dig out what information I have on it. We've done a couple of what-if shows regarding asteroids, and yesterday morning, coincidentally, I sat down and watched something. I wonder how many of you recall a movie called Without Warning. Without Warning. I thought that's one of the best things a network ever put together, and I sat down and watched Without Warning again. It is one chilling movie. I don't think you can get a copy of it. I think it was CBS that ran it, and they ran it one time only. It was, when was that? Was it Halloween? I think it was Halloween. They did it on the anniversary, on Halloween. And what a frightening movie that was, about a comet headed toward Earth. And I wouldn't want to spoil it for anybody who's not seen it yet, but it had a remarkable ending to it. All right, what we're going to do is open line talk radio. Kevorkian has struck again in Michigan, and he'll probably end up going on trial once again. There's a guy I'd like to interview, Kevorkian. I'd love to interview Kevorkian. Anybody knows how to get hold of Kevorkian, by all means, get hold of him and tell him I want to interview him. The Whitewater testimony continues. The U.S. is threatening China with sanctions because they keep copying our software, and it's never ending. There's a new report out today saying pollution kills. Ooh, what a surprise. 64,000 Americans meeting their early grave due to pollution. Maybe that's where the Chupacabra came from. Who knows? The Court of Appeals has rejected our president's attempt to further delay the Paula Jones case. The president presently has until May 16th to file a petition with the U.S. Supreme Court to get all this stopped. Otherwise, the president goes to trial, be a civil trial. And yesterday we talked a bit about drugs, and I didn't say that we should do it. I started something really big. I didn't say that we should do it. Are you listening to me now? I said that it would work, that the government or anybody else could, in effect, interdict some drugs, hardcore drugs, crack cocaine perhaps, heroin, that sort of thing, and covertly poison those drugs, and the net effect would be people would stop using them. Not all people. It's true, the hardcore addicts would continue to use those drugs. Of course, they'd be dropping dead, so they wouldn't be back for more. And everybody who was using them socially would go, I don't want any of that stuff, thank you. So, that caused all hell to break loose here on the program yesterday when I said that. They called it and said, but that'd be murder. Well, in a war, people die. In a war, when people die, they don't call it murder. Would it be in this case? Well, I suppose technically so. All right, anything is fair game for talk radio here. Anything at all you want to talk about, let's rock. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how you doing? This is Rafael from Bakersfield.
Yes, Rafael.
Yeah, I'm listening to you through 840 KVEG.
That's right. Well,
I'm buckling in the Bakersfield station because they don't give you the Dreamland complete. So.
Oh, I see.
I'm telling everybody in Bakersfield, watch it on 840.
Listen, no, you don't watch. We're not on television, Rafael. We're radio, so you got to listen to it on 840, or of course KNZR in Bakersfield.
All right. Anyway, I want to talk about the drug. Remember, about 15 years ago, marijuana was contaminated with some kind of
paraquat. It was called paraquat.
Paraquat, yeah. That didn't stop it at all.
No, but that also didn't kill people.
Well, make them very sick, though.
Made them sick. Well, it was a big difference.
Yeah. Another thing I want to tell you about is about, you talk about the character of Clinton all the time. Well, I don't know if you remember Reagan.
I remember Reagan.
Reagan, yeah. I mean, he was married to Jane Wyman.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he got Nancy Wilson impregnated.
Yes.
I mean, being a married man.
But, I mean, he did marry her, right?
Well, after that, but talk about character, man.
He married her, though.
Yeah. So another thing, the Chupacabra.
Did the honorable... that's quite a jump. Now we're going to talk about Chupacabra, all right?
Well, I have a lot of things. Oh, you should read the latest Roswell letter, too.
You mean the one I got?
Right.
Yeah, you're right, I should.
Yeah, Chupacabra. You know Chupacabra what it is?
What is it?
It's the ghost of Richard Nixon.
Huh.
Ghost of Richard Nixon. You know, you joke, people are joking, but this animal, this creature, this thing is real. Moreover, it's here. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I had a comment about the Chupacabra.
Yes.
As I listened, I'm calling from Boulder City, Nevada. As I listened to your program tonight about it, it's the first time I've ever heard of him. It seems to draw a lot of parallels to another elusive creature, the Sasquatch.
Oh, yes.
Something that, people have seen, have evidence of its being, but have never caught. And I have a feeling that's going to be the same thing with the Chupacabra, that it's been around so long that nobody's ever going to catch it.
Well, you never know. I mean, maybe the
Right.
dumb thing will run into a boxed alley or something one of these days, and they'll get it.
Yeah, that's kind of like Sasquatch. You'd jump out like the movie Harry and the Hendersons.
You know what I don't like about this? I mean, anything that could run, say, 65 miles an hour, if you were within sight of it and it decided that it wanted you,
Yeah.
it would have you.
Yeah. Just imagine if the Sasquatch was a meat eater, or maybe it is. Imagine if it ate people.
Well, meat's bad enough, but this blood thing,
Yeah, it's kind of gruesome.
yuck.
Yeah.
All right, sir, thank you very much, and watch your neck. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Hi, Art.
Yes, hello?
Yeah, hi. I was calling to talk about the La Chupacabra.
All right.
I tried desperately to get through before I really wanted to talk to Tito. First of all, I'm in Washington. My name's Sean.
Yes, sir.
And what I wanted to talk to him about is I spent some time down in Peru
Yes.
in a little village called Ushantida. And the shaman down there, which is really unusual, he had a pipe carved out of this creature. And the first time I saw the creature, I asked him, through the translator, I said, "What is that?" And he explained to me through the translator that that was the spirit that protected the village. And that creature that was carved was a winged creature. And what was most amazing about it is they had put these two huge red-orange beads in the creature as eyes.
Yeah.
It had wings, big, huge ears. And I asked him, "Have you seen this creature?" And he said, "Many times." And he told everyone at night, he said, "If you see this creature, do not follow it into the jungle.
No
it's
problem.
very, very bad, but it is a protector." And what they believe, and I wanted to ask Tito if he had had any reports about this at all, is that it came from the spirit world, and it was a protector. However, they believe
Listen, sir, I've got a break. Do you want to hold on?
Sure.
Stay where you are. We'll bring you back after the break. It's our nickel. It certainly is. And I've got a little information for you here. Remember I told you I'm pursuing Dr. Jerry Parnell, co-author of Lucifer's Hammer? Let me tell you one of the reasons why. I got this delivered to me on the internet today. Astronomers are keeping a watchful eye on Machholz 2, a comet discovered to be racing toward the sun by an American scientist last month. Shortly after the comet was discovered, observers reported the comet had broken up in a manner similar to comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 before its impact with Jupiter in July. There is some concern that fragments of comet Machholz 2 could impact the Earth in the future. 5 fragments have been spotted thus far. All are headed for Earth's orbit. However, astronomers warn it is extremely difficult to predict the long-term behavior of the comet fragments and advise the comet will be monitored closely. That was from Dr. Byron Weeks, who signs it, "Let a smile be your umbrella." West of the Rockies, you're back on the air again. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. Anyway, I was speaking to you about, I didn't catch the first part of what Tito said, but what I was curious about was whether or not, because I brought home with me, because I was so amazed at this creature, because the shaman had said that he had physically seen the creature and that it was the protector of the village. I have a staff with a carving of this creature on it with the big orange eyes in it.
Wow.
And I was wondering, what they believe is it's from the spirit world, but they believe that it comes from Middle Earth. And what I was wondering was whether Tito had spoke at all about if there had been any knowledge or anyone to come forth saying that it was the possibility, or if he had any reports. I know they'd be obviously a lot more difficult.
As in from the Earth.
Not from the Earth, but from the spirit world itself.
Well, yes. Yes, all right. Look, we had a man from who was the state director for MUFON in Florida, presently in Los Angeles, who I brought on the program. He said there was a report of somebody who had literally seen the Earth open. Strange, I know it sounds strange. But this might indeed be the source of these creatures. Might be. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. All right, back to it we go. Frankly, I am not surprised by reports of the Chupacabra. I'm not surprised that these kinds of things are going on. Somehow, it all fits in, doesn't it? I'm not sure how, but it all fits in with what's going on in the world today. It just sort of fits in. New diseases, new creatures, new things just about every day. Maybe it's always been that way, I don't know. But it does seem to be accelerating, doesn't it? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Barbie from Mesa, Arizona.
Hi, Barbie.
And I wanted to let you know about that odd soda that you guys have been talking about.
You mean Love Potion number 9? That's what I'm
I wouldn't exactly call it that. That's guarana that they put in that, which is a really high caffeine herb from South America. It is not an aphrodisiac.
Listen, dear, would you turn your radio off for us, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one.
You mean you have multiple radios on?
Got to be able to hear you. I can only hear the one in the bedroom
I see. All right. Well, you say it is not an aphrodisiac.
It's not an aphrodisiac. Actually, it's an adrenal stimulant.
Well, maybe that is, for some, an aphrodisiac. And maybe if people think it's an aphrodisiac, it is.
You're right. There is a psychological factor to it.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's what it is. It's guarana, and it's an herb from South America, which is like caffeine. It is caffeine. That's basically what it is.
Caffeine is thought by many to be a stimulant and an aphrodisiac in a sense. So maybe in that loose sense they're classing it there. Anyway, it's bound to be popular. Have you had any?
I've used guarana before in conjunction with a diet, but didn't do anything for me.
A diet, huh?
Sure. It's like caffeine. It stimulates your nervous system, and it depresses your appetite.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, thank you very much. It seems anything that would do that would or could be said to have aphrodisiac qualities to it. I think they ought to change the name. Hey, PepsiCo, change the name. You know, if you're going to stick your neck out, go out all the way. Call it Love Potion number 9. It'll sell like crazy. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, you got the Shadow here from Citrus Heights.
Hello, Shadow.
Yeah, I want to ask you 3 things. First of all, could you play the cat sound effect you got? I'm recording your show, and I'd like to play it back for my parents' cat.
For your parents' cat?
Sure. The other thing I want to say, I got a idea for a good guest host when you like say you're on vacation or something.
Say I am, yes.
Yeah. Have you heard of Ray Caraparo?
Yeah, I've heard of Ray.
I thought you might.
Are you kidding?
Am I kidding? Of course I'm kidding. I just had to throw it because I know most of your listeners have never heard of him, and of course us on the West Coast have heard of him. So I thought I'd throw that out just to see what your reaction would be.
My reaction is that my audience would lynch me when I got back in the country. I mean, Ray's. Look, I've talked to Ray. Ray's actually a very nice guy, but I don't think he'd precisely fit in. You know.
Oh, anyway, I just want to say hello to everyone working for Premium Security. That's the company I work for.
Premium Security, huh?
Yep.
All right, you got in your plug.
Okay, bye.
Thanks, bye. Ray's a good guy, actually. Ray is every inch the liberal on in San Francisco. And I've listened to Ray for years. It's the only radio I ever kicked. Once I kicked a radio listening to Ray. It was a horrible thing to do. I regret it to this day. He's something else. Anyway, by request, here it comes. Get any cats you have off your lap. I hereby warn you, get them off your lap, or they're going to do a peel out on your lap that you're not going to like one bit, because here comes this is so good. So good. Even my cats, who have heard it now a million times, react the same way every time they hear it. They go absolutely nuts. I am convinced the following is a real true sound of a cat getting its tail stepped on. And you've got to see the expression on your cat. Dogs like it. Dogs like it. They seem to enjoy it when the sound, it's obviously a cat in great distress. I really suspect a tail being crunched or something. I don't know. I don't know how they got it, but I bet that's how they got it. Anyway, check this out. Turn the volume up and watch your cat's face. Here it comes. Absolutely guaranteed. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, Miss Bell.
Hi.
I had a kind of a folklore story from the Philippines. It has to do kind of with the Chupacabra type thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Over in the Philippines, they have what's called the Manananggal. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I haven't.
It's it's kind of a vampire-like creature where it at night leaves the lower half of its body in the room, flies out the window, go around the land, taking young children.
Right.
Anyway, I heard about this down at language school in psychological operations for the Army, and they talked about how the CIA back, I don't know, I think it was in the 70s, they used to grab people, the rebels. They grab one of the guys and take him off and kill him, drain out his blood, and leave him. That's kind of a psychological type thing. So I don't know how much truth there is to it, but it's kind of an interesting story. It's an interesting folklore, and as you said, there's always a...
Well, I would like for all of this to stay folklore. The problem is, at the moment, it's not.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And I don't want to see one of these things. I don't want to meet one of them. I wouldn't try to catch one. And if I saw one, I'd run.
Turn tail.
Yeah, you've got it. Turn tail is right. All right. Thank you very much for the call. But I'm just not surprised. A new animal? An old animal? An animal from down under? And I'm not talking about Australia. I don't know. Something's here, though. Knocking at the door. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell.
Mr. Caller.
How you doing?
I'm doing.
This Leonard from San Antonio, and I'm in Amarillo calling you.
Bear County, right?
Yes, sir. B-E-X-A-R, but it's pronounced B-E-A-R.
I finally got that. Believe me, I made that mistake once, and I got 10,000 faxes from Bear County.
Well, I've been trying for a couple of hours now to get a hold of you. A little footnote on the Chupacabra.
Yes.
It's been there before. Back in the late 60s, they were called, reported in the newspaper, San Antonio Light and the Express News, that there was cattle mutilations, and there were sightings of a bird the size of a small airplane.
The size of a small airplane?
Yes, sir.
Great.
And, anyway, that went on for a couple of weeks, and...
Are they running a lot of stories about this now in San Antonio?
Sir, I haven't been home in about a month and a half on the truck driver.
Oh, so you're not in San Antonio now?
Where I'm from all over the United States.
Where are you now? Amarillo. Okay. Well, all right. Thank you very much. Yes, there are. I can tell you, I was asking because I already knew. There are a lot of stories running now about Chupacabra in San Antonio. And if you look at a map, if you look carefully at a map and look where San Antonio is, it's no big surprise. Look at Mexico, and look at San Antonio, and look at the southern U.S. border and California. And I don't know about this, all the reports we're getting right now from Oregon. But it makes sense that it would be hitting in the border areas first. And bear in mind, there is a story from Mexico City. It was on Mexican television network showing a man who had been unfortunately attacked by Chupacabra. So it's getting fairly serious. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Deborah in Columbia, South Carolina.
Hi, Deborah.
I was thinking about your recent show on the Philadelphia experiment and the cloaking process.
Yeah.
That the gentleman said he could reproduce. And it reminded me of the Chupacabra being able to appear and disappear. And I wonder if during these experiments they've maybe opened some kind of door and let something in they didn't know about.
It's entirely possible.
Well, thanks, Art. I sure enjoy your show.
Thank you. Take care. Sure, who knows? It is absolutely open to speculation at this point. Where it's from, whether it's something old, something new, something from somebody's lab, you name it. It's open for speculation right now. The only thing that seems fairly sure is that there is something here. Something has arrived. Figures it'd be something like this, huh? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Ben from Seattle.
Hello, Ben.
I've just got a quick question. I'm curious. The guest you had on earlier, Tito.
Yes. Armstrong.
Right, Armstrong. He mentioned that there were some hit songs in Puerto Rico.
As a matter of fact, if you go to his webpage, I believe you can download one of them.
Okay, I was curious if I could access one of those. I don't have a computer myself, but I have some friends who do. So maybe I'll look for that.
Talk to your friends.
I will do that.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
See you later. Oh, Chupacabra. Can't do that at all. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, hello, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Excellent program there.
Well,
Okay.
I try to do programs that other people don't do. You know, people say I'm nuts. Maybe I am.
Okay, I'll try to run through the quick list here. Matter of fact, last week heard Stanton Friedman on a Florida program there, radio program.
Yes.
That there was a UFO crash in Brazil somewhere too.
No. That's wrong.
No.
Wrong.
Well,
Wrong. Stanton is going down to a conference in Brazil.
Well, no, I heard on the program there was maybe either Brazil or somewhere there about South America.
Well, the rumor was that it was a UFO crash. From what I heard from Stanton, it's not true. It grew out of the fact that he is going to a conference in Brazil.
Okay. Well, I just thought, what they talked about was that there was two bodies. One had passed away, then one was taken to the United States, and any possible for this Chupacabra there, the alien connection, shall we say, some sort of hybrid, the lady talked about opening that window, shall we say.
Yeah.
What
do you think? Let me ask you what you think. Do you think this Chupacabra thing is real, or do you think it is just some growing myth?
Well, I would not be surprised if it were real, simply as that the information you gather from different sources, they have the wild man of Russia, they call it, and he was observed at speeds of 45 miles an hour.
Yep.
The matter of fact, I got a kick out of, I was out in the garage, moving things around. I got to get a car and a restoration vehicle, and I heard the person call up about the Raptors, and I thought, finally, I mean, that sort of speed, something with that sort of potential.
Sounds like a raptor, doesn't it?
Well, to have that sort of speed, the Archaeopteryx was was sort of the forefront of the bird, shall we say, nowadays, the present day, or the...
It's enough to make a person agoraphobic.
Well, I mean, it would certainly be quite a day to go out there and park with your dog, and then one of these things fly down and scoop your dog up, and he's gone.
Yeah.
So,
just,
as you say, it's open to speculation.
Plaintive barks disappearing into the sunset, yes. In San Francisco, Art, all hell broke loose today. The headline screamed, Congress assails same-sex marriage, and families intact, and city blasts policy. And such regarding a bill introduced to define marriage as one man, one woman. A bill introduced to define marriage as one man, one woman. When, my faxer says, are people going to decide that they need to speak up? Or are we in an era where families are to become non-existent? Marriage is a biblical term. In states where same-sex marriage is proposed, the statutes force churches and synagogues to fall under the political strong-arm of having to perform such marriages. If union were the term, it would almost be different, but no, the term marriage is used in all cases to, 1, make folks feel normal. Adoption is next, because when marriage doesn't do it, maybe kids will. 2, eliminate the objections of the Bible and Quran and such, believing churches, synagogues, and temples. And 3, pave the way for the formation of an official religion in violation of the First Amendment, but who cares, under a world government. Come on, folks, wake up. Art in San Francisco. Well, how do you guys feel about that? Should marriage be defined by law as one man, one woman? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art Bill.
That's me.
Hey, John from Sacramento.
Hello, John.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing
Love the show.
Yes.
Just wanted to say,
That was it, huh? I think that was his attempt at Gabriel's horn. Wasn't a very good one, was it? That was more like Tim's horn or something. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, who is this with?
Who are you calling?
I'm trying to get a hold of Art Bell.
Well, then this is your lucky day.
Oh, finally.
Yes, where are you?
Leavenworth, Kansas?
Leavenworth.
Right. Yes, I'm calling about the Chupacabra.
Yes.
Because my parents reside in Puerto Rico. I had heard about this a long, long time ago when it first came out in the news.
Right.
And it was brought out by the mayor of the town where this creature first appeared. It's called Canovanas.
Oh.
And it's a very small town, almost at the foot of the El Yunque National Forest.
Right.
And when he first brought it out, and called the news and the law enforcement, everybody was like making fun of him. Saying, well, he's just trying to call attention to himself. But he persisted with the information that this is really going on. And then I think there was an interview in one of the Univision Spanish shows, Cristina.
So you believe the Chupacabra is very real, I take it.
I think so, because when my parents sent me the newspapers from Puerto Rico, and they had pictures of the animals with these wounds on their neck.
Right.
And, the story was all over the place. And in this Cristina show in Univision, they interviewed one of the veterinarians that looked at the animals.
Listen, dear, I've got a break coming up. Can you hold?
Sure, yes.
All right, we'll hold you through the news and come right back to you. Chupacabra. Animals coming across. Bloodsuckers. Let us finish up with this young lady. And I'm sorry, where were you?
Leavenworth, Kansas.
That's right. Home of the famous prison.
Yep. Got it.
That is what Leavenworth is famous for, right?
That's true, and a couple of other prisons around this place. It's called Prison Town.
Prison Town, huh? Well, anyway, on La Chupacabra.
Yes, going back to the Chupacabras. This animal first appeared in Puerto Rico, and lately it's been appearing all over the place, but it's also been all over the island, too, in different towns. Different, like West Coast, East Coast, Southern Coast of the island.
Yeah.
And it's getting pretty weird. At first, I was skeptical too. I said, this is just publicity, whatever. But then I watched Unsolved Mysteries, and they had sent a crew down there too to look into it. And some other people that are related to UFOs and things like that also went down there to look into it, but nothing has come out. No one has come out with anything real about what's going on.
Even our Linda Howe from Dreamland has gone down there and interviewed people who have seen this damn thing. And so I, too, have come around. I first thought myth, weird, odd, and so forth and so on. But now the reports appear to be everywhere.
Right, yeah.
So we've got it here. Are you originally from Puerto Rico?
Yes, I am.
I can tell by the way you say Chupacabra so well. Let me hear you say it one more time.
Chupacabra.
Oh, cute. All right.
And the way it's got its name is because the first animals that were dead were goats, and the farmer, just named the animal Mr. Chupacabra, so...
Well, let's hope it doesn't acquire a taste for little Puerto Rican girls.
I hope not.
I'll see you later.
Okay, I love your show. And
thank you.
Carry on.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Carry on. Well, carry on in a moment is going to be some pretty serious stuff. This comes under the category of I told you so, I guess. It comes to me from KONA, our affiliate in Tri-Cities, Washington. Thank you, Fred. It is an Associated Press story, and Fred writes to me, Art, a little something this morning to brighten your day. Associated Press, folks, in case you want to know where it's from. Oregon News. Members of the Eastern Oregon Militia say they are prepared to declare war. I said declare war on the U.S. military if the Freeman standoff in Montana should turn violent. Walt Hassey, that's Hassey, who describes himself as legal advisor to the militia, says there are no civilian targets. He says the targets are going to be the military. The FBI, going on here, issued a nationwide alert to law enforcement agencies on April 23rd, warning of a militia war plan. I told you about that. Hassey says the Eastern Oregon Militia has a plan called Operation Clean Sweep to defend the Freemen and protect their rights. Hassey warns, if federal agents storm in and people are killed in Montana, there's going to be retribution. He says military members won't have to go to Montana. He says there are military targets in other states. At the same time, he says, the public has nothing to fear. He says the militia is not involved in terrorism. So, the Oregon militia, according to this story, has plans to go to war against the U.S. military if the Freemen are attacked. I would like to talk to somebody, maybe this man Massey, or a member of the Oregon militia. So I am hereby setting aside a line for somebody in the Oregon militia, or this man Massey, to call the program. Everybody else, stop calling my first-time caller line, all right? I'm going to try, ever hopeful, to hold this line open. Only for members of the Eastern Oregon Militia, or this Massey fellow who appears to be a spokesman for them. And as I said, I'll tell you what, this comes under the category of I told you so, I told you so. Anyway, that number open right now is area code 702-727-1222. Please call right now. 702-727-1222 if you're in the Eastern Oregon Militia, or if you're this Massey fellow, or if you know about this. What do you suppose is going to happen if militias begin declaring war on the U.S. military? If they begin attacking, forget civilian targets, if they begin attacking military targets in the U.S., and I've got a list here in that warning. So now, this certainly comes under the category of here we go again. The story I read you was Associated Press. Cursed to live in interesting times, huh? No wonder the Chupacabra's here. If you suffer from headaches, neck aches, low back discomfort, rheumatism, bursitis, joint pain, if you've bent your thumb back the way I did, what an abysmal injury that was. I hurt myself. I really, really hurt myself. I had pain that can only be described as the worst pain you would have when you have a toothache. I mean, sharp, jabbing pain. You wouldn't think your thumb could hurt that way, but I'll tell you what, it can. I used Liprina on it, and it took that pain from a sharp, hurting, jabbing pain right down to a dull ache, and that was an amazing, absolutely amazing transition. This is liquid aspirin. It's real aspirin in a bottle. Well, actually in a spray bottle. Soon to be in a roll-on. But right now, a spray bottle, all you do is go spray it on, rub it in a little bit, and The pain's gone like that. You see I can snap my finger, my thumb, and, I can do that again, thanks to Liprina. Health naturally sells it, and you just have got to get yourself some. It belongs in your medicine cabinet. Whoever told you you've got to take aspirin by mouth, I guess just didn't know about Liprina. The number to call to order is 1-800-308-4565. 1-800-308-4565. What we're going to do again, I mean this, if you're calling my first-time caller line, hang up. You'll be wasting your money unless you are a member of the Eastern Oregon Militia or you are a man named Massey, who is the spokesman for them. We're going to set up a little discussion here, I think. This is really serious stuff. Can you do that? Can you threaten to attack the military? That's not exactly, I guess it's not exactly calling for the overthrow of the government. It's awfully damn close, isn't it? So if you're in the militia, you call me at area code 702-727-1222, and we'll get a bit of a discussion going here. Here we go. This is somebody who we are going to identify only as Jay. That's not his real name. He is in Oregon, is that right? Somewhere in Oregon, not to be identified where. Right, Jay?
That's true.
All right, Jay, are you a member of the militia?
That's true.
All right, did you hear the story I just read from the Associated Press?
I heard the story that you just read.
Mm-hmm. Do you know that to be roughly accurate?
I know that to be roughly accurate, and I also know that Oregon is not the only person involved in this.
I've been hearing about this now for some days, Jay, and the plan would be then if the free men are attacked, the Oregon militia, or at least that part of it, and other militias across the country, unnamed, will attack military targets?
This is true.
Do you want to give me your reasoning for doing that?
Simply because the government is overstepping its boundaries here.
All right. I take it you sympathize with the freemen's plight.
I sympathize with all militias and all militias and the freemen. Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. Do you worry at all, Jay, that were you to begin attacking the military, there would virtually be a war?
I don't want to talk on this line too long because I'm afraid I'm going to be traced.
No, you won't be traced, not by me. I promise you. We've got no caller ID here, despite my jokes, and you're not going to be traced. You're not going to be traced. Look, this is in the major media now anyway. Here it is in the Associated Press, Jay, so it's not like it's a big secret anymore. Once it hits the AP, it's out. So...
Correct, but they don't know our agenda.
Well, tell me, what is your agenda?
We're sick of being limited by government.
Do you think it's realistic, Jay, to imagine that you can have an effect on the U.S. military, that you can have an effect on U.S. policy by attacking hard targets, military targets?
I don't know. I seriously don't know.
Don't you think it would be suicidal?
Probably. But the Afghanistans held a hell of a force against Russia.
They did. It's true. Can you tell me, or us, all of us, it's not just, you say, the Eastern Oregon militia.
Art, may I go off the line and call you back at a different number?
Your chances of getting through are slim and none, but...
I'm protecting myself here.
I understand. All right, yes, you may.
Thank you.
Take care. Damn. I don't know what to say to that. Except I guess I've been expecting it. You know how serious this is? Are you ready for this? Are we ready for this? Do the people who are about ready to do this understand what they're going to be doing? God help us. On my first-time caller line, you're on the air. Yes, now you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, calling from LeGrand, Oregon. My name's DJ.
DJ, huh?
That's right.
All right.
I'm 20 years old, and I just got off work. I listen to you all the time. Great show. I'm scared. I live in the town of LeGrand.
You're Eastern Oregon, aren't you?
Eastern Oregon. That's the paper you read?
Yeah.
That's our local paper. So, this hits home definitely. I'm not in a position where I would, I'm not concerned about this yet. And I don't really. Did you read what their nickname for them? Or no, it wasn't their nickname. It was their motto.
What's their motto?
It was Liberator of the Oppressed.
Liberator of the Oppressed, huh?
Yes, Liberator of the Oppressed.
And I guess they were referring to the free men and people like the free men who were having problems with the IRS and government agencies, that kind of thing.
I suppose so. Only, at this point in time, I really don't see who is so oppressed. We have it pretty good here in our country, and I think people need to take a step back and look around and really understand.
Man, I'm telling you, this is dangerous.
This is very dangerous, Art. It scares me. It really does, but I have to take a position, myself that says I'm not going to get too excited about anything until they come to my front door, kick it down, and come inside and, hurt me or my family or take things away from us. But
well, you know what?
What?
By then, it's kind of too late.
Well, Art, you're right, but I think if I did anything else, I would be taking an offensive position, and that's not right.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Yeah, I understand what he says. In other words, to become proactive at this point, you're becoming offensive. You're going into an offensive posture, and most people are like that man. I mean, they're not going to do anything until somebody ends up at their door, huh? Oh, my God. Well, I'm shocked and I'm saddened, but I'm afraid I'm not surprised. I really did expect this sort of thing, and I knew in my heart that it was going on below the surface. I've been getting vibes of this now for months, so I knew it was going on. But this is insurrection, folks. This is insurrection. Pure D. You may not say the words overthrow the government, but I'll tell you what, if you begin attacking military installations, there's going to be a war. And I'll tell you a funny thing about wars. I've been in them. I know a little about war. And that is, once they start, they're a hell of a lot easier to start than they are to stop. When blood flows, look at Ireland, look at the Middle East, look at Somalia, look anywhere you want to look where civil wars have raged for years. They sustain themselves. No matter what it is that begins a war, momentum and bloodletting and retaliation, all these things keep it going. It's a hell of a lot easier to get going and keep going than it is to stop once it's started, believe me. First time caller line, you're on the air.
This is Jay.
Oh, well, you made it back.
I made it back.
All right, good. Jay, this scares the hell out of me. I mean, doesn't it scare you guys?
I'll tell you what, our ancestors from the Revolutionary War, did it scare them to establish freedom in this country?
Right, I'm sure it did, and a lot of them were hung. A lot of the people who signed the Declaration of Independence swung from trees and had their lives ruined.
Sir, we're ready to have this done.
I can tell. I can hear that in your voice, and I can read it in the story that I just got. So
My rights have been violated, sir. My rights have been violated. You're going to tell me what kind of weapon I can own?
Well,
you're going to tell me what I can and I cannot say in public?
What do you want to own, Jay? What kind of weapon do you want to own? That you can't, that is.
Sir, I have been limited to the amount of rounds I can carry in my firearm.
I tell you what I'm going to do, Jay. I'm coming up on a break. It's the bottom of the hour. I assume that you're on a phone now that you're fairly comfortable with, right?
I'm on a phone that I am sure that they have the technology to trace. I don't want to sit too long and be traced if it is possible for me to be traced. Not that I distrust you, Art, because I listen to your program every day.
All right. Well, look, what I'd like to do is set up a debate between you and anybody else, somebody else. Are you willing to go for that?
If I can be sworn to that I am not traced.
I'm swearing to you that I certainly will not trace your line, and I wouldn't be part of anything that would. So as far as I know, you're perfectly safe.
If I'm perfectly safe, I'm willing to debate anybody on this subject.
All right, then I'll find somebody for you. In the meantime, you're not going to hear anything during the break. I'll just keep you on hold. Stand by, Jay.
Sir, may I speak to you off the air?
Yeah, hold on. Good morning, everybody. This should be a classic. I've got Jay, who says he's a member of the Eastern Oregon Militia. And I'm going to bring him up on one line. Jay, are you there?
Hello, sir.
All right. And I have for you a debate partner, Jay, the liberal from Southern California. His name is Charlie.
Okay.
And you both know what the topic is. You both know who the other person is. The air is yours.
Sure.
Why don't you go first?
I don't have to go first. You know my position.
Well, yeah, your position is the. Well, you know what? Let me put it this way. Would you say that the act in Oklahoma, was that an act of terrorism in your opinion?
I think that was an act of terrorism. Yes, sir, I do.
Uh-huh. Well, then why wouldn't you say this is? Why would you? Wouldn't you say what you're endorsing is an act of terrorism?
I'm being violated by the government, sir.
You're being violated by the government.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that when you talk about the people who work for the government, I work for the government. I work for the.
Sir, what I understand is that that every person in the United States of America is allowed to own whatever kind of firearm they want to own.
You know something? I'm really getting sick and tired of morons like yourself talking about, oh, you know something? I should own whatever kind of weapon I want to own, and if I can't, I'm going to go out and kill some kind of police officer so that I can do that. Who
Sir,
the
did
hell
I
do
ever
you
say I was
think
going to
that
kill a
you
police
are?
officer? Did I?
Who do you think
Did
you
I?
are?
Did I?
Well,
did I ever say I was going to go out and kill a police officer? Did I ever say I was going to kill anybody?
Well, you declared
no,
war.
No. Did I say that?
Haven't you declared war? I don't know if you understand
Did I
this
say I was going to
concept.
kill anybody? See, you're just like Bill Clinton. You twist my words to mean what you want them to mean. You're just like the media. You want to twist my words to make them mean what you want them to mean, what you want the public to hear,
but
sir.
in most wars, people get killed, don't they?
Pardon me?
They?
Yeah, in wars, people do get killed.
Well, then, if you declare war on somebody, that means you're going to kill them, don't it?
Did I say I declared war? Did I say we declared war? No, I did not.
So they have declared war on you, is that right?
You bend my words whichever way you want to bend them. Just like your man sitting in Washington bends my words.
So under no circumstances will you pick up a gun and actively go out and kill federal police officers. Is that correct?
I will not go out and kill federal police officers. I will not.
Okay. And then, certainly...
My father is a police officer, sir.
Well, then what the heck do you guys... Why don't you guys have any respect for authority, then?
I have respect for authority, but I also have respect for my United States Constitution, sir.
Oh, you have respect for your United States Constitution.
Yes, I do.
Uh-huh. Well, let me tell you something. You look at those jerks in Montana, they don't have any respect for the Constitution. What they have respect for is themselves, and that's what you have to understand. They have respect for the mighty dollar and for getting as much as they can get and basically screwing over the people, their neighbors, and that's why their neighbors can't stand them.
Sir,
That's what the problem is there.
In Southern California, where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yes, sir.
In Riverside.
Riverside. So you're making pretty good money.
Yeah, I work 2 decent jobs. Yeah, I'm making pretty good money, yes.
So you don't have to worry about them taking 30% of your money out of your pocket, do you?
Who's them?
The United States government.
What is this thing you're talking about? We elect officials who set tax rates. If you don't like the tax rates, then elect somebody else to change them.
Hey, I try to.
Well, maybe if you didn't belong to the extremist moron party and you joined the Republican Party, maybe you could do things the straight and normal way.
Sir, that is the typical response I expect from a liberal.
No,
Name calling,
the typical response from an extremist like yourself is this.
You can't call me extremist. You don't know where I stand. All you know where I stand is on one issue, sir.
No. This is what the tax rates are too high. They're trying to take my guns. So obviously I don't have any power. So I need to get all my guns, and we need to get together and form this little army. And if we feel anybody's messing with us, we're going to go out and kill them.
Sir, do you believe in your religion, or do you have a religion?
Do I have a religion?
Yes, sir.
I tend to lead toward agnostic.
Okay, you lead towards agnostic. So you have absolutely no belief in what our forefathers did to establish this good country, right?
What the hell does...
No. I want you to answer my question, sir.
What the hell does some sort of weird Baptist religion have to do with
you're stereotyping me as a Baptist from the beginning, right? That's what you're going to call me as a Baptist?
I don't know what religion you are. What religion are you?
It sounds to me like there's a little bit of prejudice there.
No, what was Jefferson? What religion was Thomas Jefferson?
What religion was Thomas Jefferson, sir?
You should know. You're the genius.
You tell me. You seem to be the genius.
He wasn't a Bible.
You tell me what religion was Thomas Jefferson.
He was a deist. He wasn't a theist. Excuse me. He wasn't a right-wing extremist Christian.
Was he a theologian?
Did you know that?
Was he a theologian?
Was he a theologian?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe.
What religion do theologians belong to? I'm done with this man because he has absolutely no idea what he's talking about.
Let me just say, here's the problem. You should not go around saying, this is the problem that I have with you.
And number one, you should not be telling me what I have to say because I have freedom of speech, sir.
You have freedom. You guys.
I have freedom to speak any way I wish.
You do not have freedom to threaten. You guys.
I'm not threatening anybody.
Oh, come on. You belong to a militia, don't you?
Pardon me?
Don't you belong to a militia?
I belong to a militia.
Why?
Because I believe in what I believe in.
You belong to a militia because you believe
in the liberal Democratic Party.
What? You belong to the militia. You guys have weapons, don't you?
No, wait. Answer my question, sir. Why do you belong to the liberal Democrat Party? Because they back what you believe in, right?
And
I'm backing what I believe in.
The liberal Democratic Party doesn't. We don't feel that we need to carry around guns and ammunition because we think the system works. And obviously, you don't think the system works, do you?
You think that the system works? So if you call 911 right now because a man is breaking into your house with a gun, you are going to be saved, right? There's nobody going to kill you.
And what you're basically saying is you do not feel that the system works. Therefore, it is necessary for you to go out and get some weapons and get some guns to protect yourself against the quote-unquote federal system. Isn't that correct?
What I'm protecting myself is against a socialist system, which this president and his administration have set up, in which they are pushing, in which liberals like yourself,
let me ask you a question.
which want government to be involved in every decision that I make, want.
Let me ask you a question. Under what circumstances would you actually use that gun to quote-unquote defend yourself against the federal government?
I'm going to protect
Because that's kind of
myself.
vague. Give me the exact circumstance so I'll know.
I'm going to protect myself under anything which is deemed unconstitutional by my party.
And so if some guys in your group tell you that the government did something constitutional, you're going to get your gun and take action. Is that correct?
Sir, I've got my own mind. I can make up my own mind.
All right, hold it. Gentlemen, hold it a second. With the story I've got here, the Associated Press story, says that if the Freemen are attacked, if blood flows in Montana, that the Eastern Montana militia will attack military targets. Is that...
Eastern Oregon, sir.
Eastern Oregon will attack military targets. Is that correct?
That is not the only militia that's involved in this, sir.
I understand, but that is basically a correct statement?
That is a correct statement.
Do you agree with that action? If that action is taken, would you agree with it?
If that action is taken, I will do whatever I can to preserve what rights I have.
Oh, that's a very... You can't... You know something? You don't even have the nerve to sit there... Hold it a second. You don't even have the nerve to sit there and say, you know what? If they take that action, you're damn straight, Art. I'm going to get my gun, and I'm going to go out, and I'm going to kill somebody and do whatever I have to do. Why don't you say that?
You're damn straight.
Oh, I finally squeezed that out of you.
You are damn straight. You've never asked me that question. You are damn straight.
Uh-huh. And you don't consider yourself a terrorist.
I do not consider myself a terrorist. I consider myself a rebel.
Uh-huh. And you being a rebel, you're going to get your gun and you're going to go out and kill some FBI agents? Is that what you're going to do?
In 1776, John Hancock was a was a rebel. He established what you're living under today, sir. He established what you're living under today because he was a rebel.
Let me tell you something, and you get this through your thick skull. If you pick up a gun and you go after federal police officers, A, you're going to get your butt killed and you deserve to get killed.
Just
but
like the
B,
Afghanistan
you are
did?
nothing, but listen to this.
Just like the Afghanistans did, right, sir?
What you are is a criminal. Pure and simple.
I'm not a criminal. I've never committed a criminal act in my life.
And then you can wrap it around. You can say, Thomas Jefferson, and how about the Constitution? Don't give me that crap. Common sense tells me that when you kill innocent people,
I already told you how I believe.
Common sense tells me when you kill innocent people, you are a criminal. Period.
Who have I killed?
And you just got through saying a minute ago, didn't you, that you wouldn't kill a police officer? Didn't you say that?
I said that I would do what I have been asked to do to military posts. I never said I would kill anybody.
Well, you just said a second ago that if they give the word, you're going to go out and kill
police. Do I have somebody else here, or what?
Are you confused or something?
I'm not confused. I just know that I'm beating a dead horse right here.
You're
going to twist my words. You're going to make me say what you want me to say, just like your buddy Bill Clinton. Let me finish. Your buddy Bill Clinton, sitting in that damn White House right now, is doing to me. He is restricting my freedoms. He is restricting the freedoms of every American-born person in this country.
Okay, it's Bill Clinton's fault. Bill Clinton's too liberal. I understand all that. All I want to know, and I really honestly want to know this, if these guys in Montana are viciously killed and they burn down the building and it's terrible, and they give the orders to you.
People in Waco were massacred, sir?
Well, I'm just asking you, what are you going to do, sir?
I've answered your questions for the last 5 minutes. Were the people in Waco massacred?
Were they massacred? No, not in my opinion. But in your opinion,
in your opinion,
they were massacred.
Right,
all I want to know is a yes or no. If these people in Montana are, in your opinion, massacred, are you going to pick up your gun and take action?
I'm telling you, I will do what my commander tells me to do.
And if your commander tells you to go out and pick...
I'm telling you, sir, and I'll leave it at this. What my commander tells me to do, I will do.
And that's what and if your commander
tells... That's the bottom line. I don't need any more questions. I've told you my bottom line.
That's your bottom line. You know what your bottom line is?
I am done, sir.
Your bottom line is that basically you will go out and kill anyone that you have to kill. If it's gotten to that point, you're just going to get yourself killed and a bunch of innocent people killed. Period.
I got 5 words. You're looking at a revolution.
Yeah. Well, you know what you're looking at.
That's it. I'm done talking to this person, Art.
Let me tell you something. You're looking at a group of nutcases, a small group of nutcases that are going to go out, get themselves killed. They're not going to accomplish anything, and they're going to make people who are honest on the right, people like Art Bell, who are on the right, look extreme. And everybody, you know something? The political spectrum is going to be severely hurt by extremists like yourself, which I think is good, but I think it's unfortunate that people like yourself go out and do that kind of thing, but it's got to happen, I guess.
So you're saying, Jay, this is going to be a revolution?
That's what you're looking at, sir, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done talking to Charlie. I will answer any questions you have to say. But if that man is going to sit there and he's going to call me what his party is accusing everybody else of, I'm through talking to the man. If he can talk to me civilly, and he can debate the issue without calling me an extremist, without calling me a fascist, without calling me whatever he wants.
All right, I'll tell you what let's do. Let's reduce it to this. Let's talk about the Freemen in Montana. Jay, I really would like to hear from you why you think the Freemen need to be defended if necessary with arms and or attacks on the military or a revolution or whatever. Why is their protection justified, Jay?
Sir, they have not been convicted of any crime. If I remember right, in the Constitution of the United States, it says that you are innocent until proven guilty. The mainstream media and other programs have these people deemed guilty without ever going to trial. Mr. O.J. Simpson got to have his trial.
Well, you're leaving out.
Sir, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Mr. Art Bell.
Right. All right. I will allow Charlie to respond. We'll try to keep it civil. Charlie, try not to call names. And just
okay, the part that he's leaving out is had O.J. Simpson locked himself in a building and put up a gun and said, you know what, you guys are not going to arrest me, period. You know what would have happened to O.J. Simpson? O.J. Simpson would have probably gotten killed. The thing is that these guys have not been convicted of anything.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
No, let me make my point.
All right.
When you refuse to be arrested,
yeah, Charlie, do you believe that O.J. Simpson was guilty or not guilty?
He gave himself up to trial.
Charlie, answer his question, Charlie.
O.J. Simpson was found not guilty.
No, I want to know what you believe, sir.
I think he was guilty as hell. But
okay, so he's walking free when he committed a heinous crime as he did.
O.J. Simpson, this is a key point. It's very, very important. O.J. Simpson gave himself up to the police. He decided, you know what?
So if I give myself up to police, no matter who the hell I've killed, I'm free to go as I wish because I've given myself up to the police, right, sir?
Well, the problem with those guys...
No, right, sir?
Have those guys in
right,
Montana
sir?
giving themselves up?
Charlie, answer his question.
Which is what?
So if I go out and I kill as many military people as I possibly can, if I give myself up to police, I'm free to go, just like O.J. Simpson was.
No, if you give yourself up to police, then there's a trial. They'll probably find your butt guilty, and you'll probably get the death penalty. But you gave yourself up to police. The guys in
Montana. That's what I'm telling you. There's a double standard here when it comes to people that stand on the way that I stand and the way that Charlie wants to see that they stand.
All I want to see is these guys. You know what? These guys in Montana.
You said O.J. Simpson was guilty, correct, sir?
Let's say they're innocent. Let's say the guys in Montana.
No, I'm not asking you
point.
if he was innocent, sir.
Let's say the guys in Montana are innocent. Let's say they're all innocent, okay? All we're asking is that the guys in Montana give themselves up and go to trial. If you refuse to give yourself up and
sir,
you're
why
pointing
don't
guns
you
at cops,
why don't you give them a jury of their peers, such as myself, just like O.J. Simpson
you
had for
can't
his
do it
peers?
until they give themselves up. Why don't they give themselves up?
All right, that's a fair question, Jay. They could give themselves up, and surely they would get a trial, correct?
You correct. But whose jury would they have? Would they have a jury of people that think like-minded as me, as O.J. Simpson did, or would they have people that are not like-minded like myself, like Charlie?
In other words, they don't trust the jury system, Charlie.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Jeff Dahmer should have gotten a whole bunch of fellow cannibals.
Sir, don't even compare this movement to Jeffrey Dahmer, who slaughtered children and raped children. Don't even compare them.
Oh, no. All you want to do
that is unfair and that is unprecedented. That is not even fair. Don't even compare.
Go out and shoot police officers. That's what you want to do when you get the word.
Don't compare. That is a totally different story, sir. When it comes to a child who is innocent, who is under 10 years old, is being raped and slaughtered by a man, I am not raping and slaughtering anybody under 10 years old.
You're just going out and killing innocent police officers. When you get the word from up above that it's okay, you go out and blast. At least I'll say this for Jeffrey Dahmer. He was crazy. You're not crazy. You're just going to get the word and go out and blast police officers, aren't you?
You have absolutely no idea.
Oh,
you have absolutely no idea. You keep in your mind what the hell you want to keep in your mind, sir.
You just said that you'll do whatever your commander tells you to do. Now, that's what you just said. That's
all right,
what
you two.
Said.
All right, you two. We're going to hold it right there, and I wanted to give everybody an idea of what's going on out there, and I think they've got that idea. We'll be right back. All right, well, that about does it for this half hour, and I'm not sure where you'd go after all that anyway. So we'll be back in most markets in a moment, and you can react to what you've just heard if you wish. Cursed to live in interesting times, right? The things that happen in the middle of the night, huh? Good morning, everybody. The largest live overnight talk show in America, in fact, the world. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good to be here. You don't have a chill running down your spine, and if the hair on the back of your neck isn't standing up, then you don't have a spine and you don't have hair. God, are we in trouble? So that you understand what we're talking about this morning, I'm going to kind of update you here. Associated Press story cleared the wire, I don't know, about an hour ago. Associated Press, members of the Eastern Oregon militia say they are now prepared to declare war on the U.S. military if the Freeman standoff in Montana turns violent. Walt Hasse, who describes himself as legal advisor to the militia, says there are no civilian targets. He says the targets will be military. The FBI issued a nationwide alert to law enforcement agencies on April 23rd, warning of a militia, quote, war plan, end quote. Hasse says the Eastern Oregon militia has a plan called Operation Clean Sweep to defend the freemen, protect their rights. Hasse warns if federal agents storm in, people are killed in Montana, there's going to be retribution. He says militia members won't have to go to Montana. He says there are military targets in other states. At the same time, he says, the public has nothing to fear, says the militia is not involved in terrorism. Now, from the Herald and News, Klamath Falls, Oregon, Sunday, May 5th, I have that FBI bulletin. And it reads as follows. The alleged militia war warning that prompted the FBI to issue an alert to law enforcement agencies contained a suggested list of targets of opportunity, including federal satellite uplinks and communication centers, military fuel depots, military and law enforcement storage facilities and aircraft on the ground, law enforcement communication centers, troop equipping and staging centers, Internal Revenue Service record facilities, senior federal law enforcement officials, Federal Reserve Board governors, media installations that are, quote, not providing the people with what's really going on, end quote, lists ABC, CBS, CNN, and NBC. Continuing, the militia plan concludes, quote, these are just ideas. There are many other targets of opportunity, things that must, in fact, be protected. On the list of things to be protected, loyal federal, state, and local officials, we need them, it says, when this is all over. Secure public water, sewer, and power facilities, things that would otherwise disrupt the civilian population. Move to protect outspoken members of the community. It also calls for seizing jails and sweeping civilian gun stores and confiscating weapons, and then it adds at the end, be sure to leave a receipt for what you take. A couple of faxes. Dear Art, on tonight's local news, it was reported that here in central Illinois, a group of 30 militia members calling themselves Freeman sympathizers have filed liens on the properties of several local government officials. They claim this is going on all around the country, unknown to the officials involved until a check is done on the property for such purposes as loans. As soon as the militia members try to call in liens, The police will attempt to arrest them. Liberals sue in Illinois or this. Hey, militia, wake up. Hi, Art. If the militia showed any hint of intelligence, they would realize the futility of their beliefs. This is obvious by looking at both outcomes of militia activity against the U.S. military. One, if the militia engages the military in the U.S., they'll more than likely be crushed. Two, should by some fluke they get the upper hand on the U.S. military, it would leave this country wide open for attacks from other nations. It would be a feeding frenzy between every nation that's ever been hostile to the U.S. The militia would be incapable of defending the U.S. from foreign military aggression. Either way, America loses. If the militia wants to make America work, they'd better learn to have their revolution in the voting booth, not in the streets of America. Well, that's what I've been warning right along. Don't you understand? If this occurs, if a war, an insurrection begins, we all lose. One way or the other, we lose. If the government wins, we lose. If the militia, unlikely, wins, we lose. If there's ongoing conflict, we lose. If there's a war and there's retribution that begins from both sides, we lose. If this begins, you try and figure a way that we win, 'cause I can't. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. This is Gary in Phoenix.
Hello, Gary.
This is, well, listening to that militia member, it shows exactly how ridiculous their thinking is. Just like your facts just said, if they're so grounded in the Constitution, then why aren't they taking the legal constitutional means to change the system that they don't like? You know.
Well, you heard the militia guy say, well, I tried that, and it didn't work. In other words, the people he voted for didn't get elected, and so, as far as he's concerned then, the system does not work.
Well, if they have so many supporters around the country, it seems like with all their latest actions that they should be getting enough support now to get their people in.
Well, you would think so, wouldn't you?
Well, and,
but I guess finally, you know, when you form these groups, there's a certain cycle of life to these groups, I think. And they form, and they originally start out to be constitutional, and they're going to go out and get involved in the community and blah, 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 blah. After a while, things aren't going their way. They get more and more frustrated and cynical and paranoid, and pretty soon the conclusion inevitably is the system does not work. Ergo, it's got to be overturned.
Right. Well, and, you know, when you listen, and it sickens me to have to agree with Charlie, but I totally agreed with Charlie. When you listen to their reasoning, and then when you try to hit him up on any solid issue to try to get him to answer, all he did was sit there and yell back at Charlie.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and I don't know, even the lady that you had on last night that debated on this issue,
yep.
She just, her view of reality seems so off base that, I mean, at first, when this all started, I actually did, like most of the American public, I felt some sympathy towards these guys and thought, okay, they're trying to draw public attention. They're trying to not let happen to them what happened to the people in Waco.
Right.
Well, once they got their attention, then they could have come out under the protection of the media and the whole nation watching them. Now they're just letting this go on. And, you know, I think this is going to set a dangerous precedent in this country. If we keep letting groups like this hold the federal government hostage and at bay like this, you know, we're going to end this tomorrow or the next day. The next one is going to be next week. And how long are we going to let this go on?
I don't know. My sense is, from what I'm hearing this morning and reading, it can't go on much longer. And if the federal government allows this to go on very much longer, I can clearly see what's going to happen.
Right. Well, you know, I think, you know, I am really, really against any kind of regulation, against any kind of group meeting. You know, we have the right to assembly and all that. But these groups, I think they're quickly moving to being classified as subversive groups. I mean, they are actually disrupting, you know, the way that our country is operating. I mean, you know, now we're trying to be careful about what we say, what the federal government says, because they're worried about setting one of these groups off. That's real dangerous. We're starting to look like a third world country where we're worried about, you know, all those, you know, ragtag groups that, you know, we have to worry about what we're going to say because they may rise up against us.
Well,
that's
if you were
not the America that I grew up in.
Yes, sir, if you were in charge right now, it's been going on 6, going soon into 7 weeks, what would you do?
Well, you know, actually, I think with what we learned from Waco, where, you know, we can't go in there with tanks, okay? We need to tell these guys, we need to bring whoever we need to bring in there. If it needs to be Janet Reno walking up the front walk of this place saying, look, it's over, let's sit right here, let's talk about it, let's have media cameras, whatever you guys want, let's end this thing. You know, I don't think we need to go in with guns ablazing. We know, we've already seen that doesn't work. Everybody on both sides is going to get hurt. We need to sit down with these people. They're obviously looking for attention and cover. They don't want to turn into another Waco. So go in with Dan Rather, whoever they want to go in, and let it all be open.
Well,
I think that's the only way that we're going to end this.
You know, as you know, Bogreitz went in, tried to mediate. He finally ended up in discussing, look, this is going to end badly. These people have an ideology that's pretty close to those folks down in Waco. They're not going to give up. They are prepared to shoot. And once the bullets start flying on this one, I don't see how we're going to get it stopped.
Right. Well,
this is scary stuff.
Yes, it is, and I hope that, you know, we somehow, through this, can be a learning process, and, you know, the militias and the federal government can learn how to work together on this, because, like I said, I don't want this to set a precedent where every month it's the latest militia group holed up somewhere.
I know. Well, thank you very much for the call.
Okay, have a good night.
Take care. I'd rather deal with a loose pack of chupacabras. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
This is Jim.
Hi, Jim.
I have a couple of comments I'd like to include for you that really fit in with your discussion with the militia discussion, and also I'd like to point out an advertisement that you do, which is regards to the currency trades and the other things.
Sure.
The reason why that problem exists is actually embedded in a Senate report that many people need to read. And that Senate report is 93-549. It specifically was done in 1973, and it is the Emergency Powers Statutes. And it specifically talks about what's happened since 1933. And that is the real issue of what is needing to be understood of what had happened to this country.
You think it's worth having a civil war about, sir?
No, it's not that the war was already declared in 1933 by FDR. We were all declared enemies, number one, because the wording in the Trading with the Enemy Act was changed and adopted and conformed to the suggestion of the bankers.
The bankers.
That's correct. And it's in the Senate report. There are no hidden things that are out there about this process.
So since 1933, you would maintain, we have been, in effect, at war with our government.
We are in a declared status of national emergency.
Mm-hmm.
And that is exactly what is enforced through to today.
All right,
and
well,
most people don't understand how that all fits with what's going on.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but, and I've heard it many times from many people, but if you think that what you just said justifies attacks on the military, justifies people doing what the free men are doing, so-called free men, not free, justifies issuing liens and writing hot checks and all the rest of it, and that kind of obviously illegal activity, then I think you're cracked. And I think you don't understand what it is that you're about to bring on. Oh, well, a state of emergency has existed since 1933. You start attacking the military in this country, you're going to see a state of emergency. You're going to bring on exactly what you say you fear. Overnight. Really want that to happen? Well, I would say everybody involved in this better take a big damn deep breath. Think really hard about what they're doing. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. God, I'm glad to get through tonight. I got about 4 sentences for the militia guys up there in Oregon that they ought to take to heart. Number one is the government can engineer a group to do almost anything it wants to do. We can derail Chilean governments and military groups in Chile and Panama. And the fact that somebody is steering them towards attacking our military, to me, means that somebody's probably steering them that way. Number two is, in the Western Militia of Washington, they had a guy in there who was working himself near the top. He was number 4 in the militia. They happened to have access to a policeman who checked his fingerprints. Turned out he was a full-time Fed agent, and he was advocating action. They threw him out. 3 weeks later, he showed up in a Kentucky militia, and he's still a full-time Fed agent.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that's going on. I'm sure the feds have agents in there spying, and I'm sure the militias are spying back, and they're all getting a little more paranoid about each other. And I think this whole thing's getting close to coming down, and I don't like it at all. I don't think that the government is trying to bring this on.
Well,
I'm not saying that there aren't agents that are part of sting operations that seem to be encouraging it all, because I'm sure that is going on. But as far as really trying to bring this whole thing to a head so they can have a state of emergency, so that they can have martial law, no, I don't think they want that. Well, it would cripple the economy of this country. And you know what people say? I'm going to hold you over the break. People, just stay right there. People think the government wants to bring this on. I don't think so. Follow the money trail. If we start having a revolution in this country, our economy's going to hell. Nobody benefits from that. Sir, you're back on the air. Thank you for holding on.
Yes, sir, Art. We can beat Clinton at the ballot box. I tell you, 10 days before the last election, when the news media was saying we were only going to get 5 or 10 seats, I worked strongly with the Republican Party. We had a scientific study done nationwide. We kept it a secret, but we knew we could win both houses 10 days before the election. Jimmy the Greek, before he died, in the April newsletter, the Financial Strategic Investment Letter, was given 8-5 odds that Clinton would be forced out of office before the election. And that went nationwide. So I'd encourage these people to put on their good suits, go door to door, get people signed up for the conservative cause, and get them down there to vote, because we still have a lot more on our side than what the news media is putting out. But don't fall into the trap of making any rash judgment. Wait till after the election, because I don't think he's going to make it there. There's 40 to 60 more people going to be indicted in Whitewater, and one of them's getting ready to talk in the next week or two.
That may well be the case, my friend. Thank you very much for the call. Glad you got to say what you wanted to. That may well be. But right now it looks a little bleak. I don't know about any secret surveys. I know about the public ones showing the president with about a 31-point lead over Bob Dole. And should anything near that be maintained, which it will not, coming into the election, I mean, there's going to be closure. Not nearly enough, probably, but it's going to close, of course, as we head toward Election Day. But I'll tell you, doesn't look good. And if the margin is big enough, it may well be that Mr. Clinton will bring with him liberals into the House for a majority there. That's entirely possible. Less likely the Senate, but entirely possible. Well, let's take care of a little bit of business right now, and then we'll go roaring to the top of the hour. Here we go again. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. Bob from Santee.
Hi, Bob.
How are you this evening? A little worried?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think that the country has a lot to worry about.
Yeah, me too.
I think that these people are serious, and I think they exist throughout the country.
Yep.
And it's actually my belief that there may be random acts of kindness starting to happen all over the country. As a matter of fact, I believe that those acts may have already started to occur, and the government is trying to keep it out of the paper.
Well, that would be understandable.
You know, I know that your program has offered a forum for debate, and I think that the most important thing is that the government offer a forum for debate and allow this thing to be publicized and televised.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if I were in the government or a spokesman, and I knew that there had been some attacks on military installations or what have you, I would be hard pressed to know whether I'd be better off publicizing it or keeping it quiet. It seems to me like there's a lot of people on edge just waiting for the first shot heard round the country, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure which is right.
Well, you know, the people in Waco, at that trial, the jury forewoman, she cried and said that the wrong people were on trial there, and then the judge threw 40 years at the people that were on trial.
Yeah, I know, but what's going on in Montana is not Waco.
Well, you know, there is a chord of similarity between the three groups, Weaver, Waco, and these Freemen.
Well, there's standoffs. That's the similarity. Beyond that, I don't see that the people at Waco, nor do I see that what occurred up at Ruby Ridge. It's not the same. I mean, here we've got people that are clearly, simply, in my opinion, thugs violating the law and writing hot checks and scheming and trying to do by sleight of hand what they couldn't do with sweat of the brow.
Well, what they're doing is much the same as what the government has done with sleight of hand and what's called sophistry in language and legalese.
Yeah.
Another thing is all three groups.
Well, since when, even if what you say is true, since when do two wrongs make a right?
Well, you know, it comes to a point where you have a decision to make as whether you want to submit to this administration's tyranny or the next one's. You know, what are the choices?
Tyranny, huh?
Well, you know,
it's tyranny. Look, I know tyranny. I've seen tyranny around the world. I've been to nations where there's real tyranny. There is a government here. Yes, there are regulations and laws, and yes, I understand they make people feel oppressed, and sometimes the IRS goes too far and the BATF runs in on somebody and does something they shouldn't have done. But it's not real tyranny, sir. Not the way it is in the rest of the world.
Well, Art, this isn't the rest of the world. This is America.
Yeah, that's right.
And America stands for freedom. And then when the politicians deprive people of their freedom, and by trickery and by using the court system as a something to browbeat the people with, it becomes tyranny.
Well, I think that intelligent people should sit down and look at relative levels of tyranny or oppression or lack of freedom before they decide they're going to turn it all over. Because I'm telling you right now, on the other side of whatever happens, it ain't going to be pretty.
Well, you know, one last thing, Art. These people teach that we're living in Babylon. And they're not talking about the nation of Babylon. They're talking about the system of Babylon.
I know.
And it appears that we might be.
All right, sir.
We need to change it.
All right. I sure don't agree with you, at least with respect to the manner of that change. Oh, God, this is frightening. Well, you know, nothing's forever. Huh? Maybe that applies to America, too. Nothing's forever. Why do we think that we deserve to go on if this is what it's been reduced to? Maybe we don't. We've been lucky, huh? We've had it for a while. But I think it's about to slip through our hands. That's what I think. But it's been good. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, how you doing, Art?
I'm doing.
Real good. People don't realize sometimes what a little anger over injustice, what they think can cause. In other words, what I'm saying is, you take the people in Oregon, that one guy sat there and was talking about his rights have been violated because of the restriction on his guns. But those restrictions on guns does not mean you need to die over that.
Well, what comes to my mind is you don't know what you got till it's gone.
That's right. I was in the military. I've been to 27 different countries, just like you were. I've been in a lot of different countries, and we've seen where you don't have the freedom that we have in the United States. We might disagree with the government in power at that time. That's why we have elections, and of course we have Republicans and Democrats, and sometimes independents that get elected.
You ask these people. I asked them, well, what about the vote? Well, I tried that. Well, my candidate didn't get elected. So, it's like, I give up. The only way we're going to change this is barrel of gun.
That's true, and that's sometimes what people think about, but they don't really think it out. Sometimes people will do anything or make any excuse to have a little battle or a little fight and try to act like they're more powerful than what they are. Just like our games, we have...
Yeah, but little battles, little fights have a way of becoming big ones, and right now, everything's supercharged.
Well, that's true.
The government's supercharged, FBI, BATF, everybody's sitting on eggs, and these militia people, they're sitting on eggs. Everybody's sitting on the fence. One shot, the wrong place. Easy to get started, hard to stop.
That's true. That's very true, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh, Art?
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Kevin from Kansas City.
Yes, sir.
You guys have already gone off the air here.
Right, about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to finally get in. Calling about the Oregon terrorist group.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't give them too much of a chance. There's been small pockets of rebellions throughout our history, and all of them have been crushed severely.
But here, he said, now you can either choose to believe it or not believe it, but he said, we're not the only ones. There are similar groups, ready all over the country. Now, that may easily be an exaggeration, but it doesn't take much, and a lot of revolutions have begun with very small groups, numerically, percentage-wise, very small groups.
Well, they say that they're not going to attack civilian targets, but
yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what I say too. First chance they get. I mean, these people in Montana or whatever, they've been given this long to just give up. They haven't. And that's Bo Brights, I think, is also...
Bo Brights.
Yeah, part of the militia movement, if memory serves me correct.
Well...
And if he can't get them to surrender, then,
Well, actually, if you recall his words when he came out, at one point he just gave up. He said it's not going to work, it's going to end badly. These people's ideology is very close in many ways to that of the people in Waco. In other words, it's going to end in fire and death.
Yep.
And maybe that is the way it's going to end. And if it ends that way, then apparently there's all these people who are ready to step in and start attacking military targets, they say.
I've read some militia material, and from what I understand, and if any militia members are still up and listening and can confirm this or not, any citizen can call a militia. Now, if this is true, then the people in the surrounding town, all they have to do is say, hey, we're forming a militia. Now, if these fringe groups want to say, well, hey, they formed a militia, went in and took it, then we're going to declare war on the government, then, hey, go for it. But you're just going to get your tails blown off.
All right, sir, I appreciate it. Boy, I'll tell you, this wears you down. I feel worn down after this show this morning. Worn down. discouraged. It's like you see it coming. It's like, I used to live in Amarillo, Texas. It's in the panhandle of Texas, up in the middle of the panhandle. Amarillo Air Force Base. And we used to have these storms in Amarillo. And you would look up and there'd be a blue sky. And then to the horizon, there'd be clouds that would build to 50, 60,000 feet. And there'd be a storm front headed toward you. And ahead of this storm front, there would be a solid red wall. It was terrifying. Many times they sprouted tornadoes. You know, I used to chase the damn things. But I feel like one of those solid red walls is headed at us right now, and I've got about as much chance to stop it as I did in Amarillo. It's one of those things that you sit back, it's like a spectator sport, you know, you sit back and you watch it. And it will inevitably reach you and come sweeping across you, and you've got about as much chance of stopping what's about to occur as you do one of those red walls. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm a first-time caller.
Yes, sir. Turn your first-time callers. Turn your radio.
Washington.
Yes, sir. Turn your radio off.
It's off.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Hello.
We don't screen calls. You're on the air.
Okay, Art, this is Jim in Spokane.
Hi, Jim.
And I'm a first-time caller. I really don't want to talk about the issues that have been discussed tonight. I would like to just make a comment or two about the so-called debate that you had. And
well, that is the issue we're talking about.
well, you know, the whether the militia has the proper stand, or you know, I really am unopinionated about that. The one thing I think we could have done for this fellow Jay in LeGrand tonight was to, if nothing else, had you talk with him or had a reasonable person debate him.
Jay didn't say he was in LeGrand.
He said he belonged to that group.
Well, he was calling from an unidentified point in Oregon.
Exactly. To me, though, he sounded like a very reasonable man, and certainly didn't...
reasonable? What's
well,
reasonable?
Well, certainly,
what's reasonable? Excuse me. All right, fine. The name calling aside...
The name calling is the primary thing.
No, it isn't.
Nothing was...
No, it isn't. No, it isn't the primary thing. The primary thing is a plan to attack the military.
Well, if you're going to have a debate, name calling certainly doesn't get you to first base.
Look, why don't you forget the name calling and worry about what's really important? What's really important is this group out there that says if the free men are moved on, they're going to begin attacking military targets.
Exactly. But what you tried to arrange tonight was someone to debate this fella. And we certainly didn't have that.
You're worried about peanuts.
I'm not worried about peanuts.
And the elephant's about to step on you, and you're worried about peanuts.
If we took an I realize how disastrous this could be. But the thing of it is that if we want to have a debate and listen and find out more about their position and find out what makes them tick.
Look. I don't control these debates. I have a situation where I stand back and I let people go at each other on the air. I'm not changing it.
Well,
so if you're bitching about the fact that they were calling each other names or that Charlie called them names, you're wasting airtime.
Well, I think that you wasted airtime having that debate.
Well, goodbye. I don't care what you think. You know? I don't give a rat's behind what you think. I conduct my show the way I conduct it. And I give people airtime to flat go at it. All right? If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen, or in your case, turn off the radio. I don't care. I conduct this program the way I conduct it so that things are heard here that aren't heard elsewhere. If you don't like that, go elsewhere. And I presume that's exactly what you'll do. Don't let the door hit you in the butt. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This
Hello.
is Slick Willie from Berkeley.
All right.
Well, I'm not, my little nickname out here. Anyways, just because the militia say they're going to attack military targets, it doesn't mean that they're actually going to attack the military. They might consider any federal office or building out there a military target.
Well, I've got a list. I read it. Did
I missed it.
You missed it, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't
Well,
hear
all
it.
right. Let's see what you think about a couple of the items, all right?
Okay.
The list includes federal satellite uplinks, telecommunications centers, military fuel depots, military and law enforcement storage facilities, aircraft on the ground, law enforcement communication centers, troop equipping and staging centers, internal revenue records facilities, senior federal law enforcement officials, Federal Reserve Board governors, and media installations.
Media.
Yeah. Media. ABC, CBS, CNN, NBC, media.
Yeah, they're really kind of losing it out there.
They are.
And I don't know, I just really don't understand why these people, they're going to defend these, oh, it's my cat, sorry.
No, that's all right.
These people out here in,
You have cats?
yeah, I have a cat.
How many? Oh, just one?
Just one cat.
Really?
Yeah.
Turn your radio up for a minute.
I
hardly ever tell people. I never tell people to turn radios up. Can you turn yours up?
Yeah, wait, let me capture the cat really quick.
No, don't catch your cat. Don't catch your cat. Just turn the radio up.
The radio's in the other room.
Oh.
Hold on.
That's too bad. All right. Well, I'll hold.
Okay, I'm right there.
Okay, you got your radio up?
Yep, got it.
All right. Well, now let your cat hear that. Hold your radio up.
Okay.
Take a couple seconds here. I can't hear your radio.
You can't hear it?
No.
Oh. The cat ran into a little, we got a little cage out here with a little bedding in there.
Yeah.
On those little carriers.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh, well. Normally that sound will drive a cat to the edge of madness. Listen, I'm afraid the program's over, and frankly, it's just as well that it is. I'm going to give you the honors from Berkeley. Of all places, you get the honors tonight. You know what they are?
Good night, America.
That's it. Yeah, in more ways than one. Well, all right. Thank you all. We'll do this again tomorrow morning when I've had a chance to recover from the high desert where people still have time to think. Good night, America. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be, across all these many prolific time zones, from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands in the west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America. We're going to be talking about South America and the Caribbean, north to the pole, worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. I'm Art Bell. Well, good evening and good morning. Anyway, hi there. We've got an interesting program coming up for you as we begin a brand new week. Scott Corrales is going to be my guest, and I'm probably mispronouncing his last name, and he sent me a very nice a bio, and I'm not going to read it. If I were to read this, I would destroy every Spanish name in it. Now, Scott is born of Cuban parents, I can tell you that, lived in Mexico City from 1968 to 1975, and then moved to Puerto Rico in 1975, remaining there until 1982. Scott is here to talk about a new book he has written called Chupacabras and Other Mysteries. The Chupacabra. You know how I feel about the Chupacabra. I'm intrigued. I have always wondered if it really could be, if this creature, this mystical question mark creature, could really be out there. Chupacabra. The one thing I do know is it means ghost sucker. Anyway, he's written a book about it, so he ought to be the guy to ask, and that's exactly what we're going to do here in a few moments. And other mysteries as well. Let me get a couple of announcements out of the way and a couple of things, and then we'll talk to Scott and we'll make him pronounce all the Spanish names in his bio here. All right, first of all, a big switch in San Diego. Big time switch. From KFMB back home to Kogo. AM 600 in San Diego, KOGO. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back home. Kogo will be carrying the program 7 days a week. 7 days a week. Sunday Dreamland will come to you 10 to 1 in the beginning, and no doubt we'll get that down to the 6 o'clock time eventually, because everything has moved forward 1 hour. But we are home, back at Kogo. It will take a few people in San Diego a little while to realize that, but coming home. Now, welcome also to KSPT in Sandpoint, Idaho, 1400 on the AM dial. Would like to welcome you to the program. Great to have, actually great to have both, and to be back on Kogo, of course, in San Diego. So there's going to be a little bit of dial whiplash going on down in the southern part of California, but I presume people will adjust. Well, all right, Scott Corrales, I can tell you, attended Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey. I can tell you that he was an office research assistant, an executive aide, a personnel manager, an industrial engineer. But I'm not going to tell you much more, because a lot of it gets into Spanish names, and I will embarrass myself, Scott. Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Art. How you doing?
I'm just fine. For you, it should be morning. You're back somewhere in Pennsylvania, right, or New York?
That's correct, Bradford, PA.
Okay. Scott, what led you into an interest to our friend, the Chupacabra?
I think I've always been interested in the paranormal manifestations associated with the UFO phenomenon. Since I read John Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies, back in the mid-'70s, when Chupacabras came around, or along rather, it was just the culmination of a number of strange events taking place in Puerto Rico for a number of years. The Chupacabras wave matured in 1995, but if you go back to 1991, you were already getting the mysterious mutilations of domestic animals.
All right. We were not hearing about it back then, were we?
No, you were not. Not at all. Part of the problem is that this was simply considered domestic consumption by the island media. Of course, in 1989, you'd had the infamous fanged bird, or vampire bird, known as the Chupacabras, which caused some confusion. And that was considered the source of many of the mutilations at the time.
It's already confusing me. In other words, there was a bird that was thought to do these mutilations?
Yes, indeed. Back in 1989, this bird, or rather number, of very strange fanged birds, was found on the island. These birds howled, allegedly, and they had reptilian characteristics. And certainly they caused a great deal of confusion among the population.
Well, is it not true that birds are thought to be the modern ancestors of dinosaurs?
I believe I've heard that in National Geographic somewhere.
Well, I can tell you that some of the birds out here in the area where I live look absolutely prehistoric. I mean, they look like throwbacks. They're gigantic. And when they want a movie with a really evil-looking bird, they come out here to Pahrump, Nevada, where I am, and they get them. They're gigantic. And they do look evil. At any rate, you said, when you began commenting, that you thought it was connected to the UFO phenomenon, or you suggested that it was connected to the UFO phenomenon. By that I mean the Chupacabra. But, in fact, you don't really think it's connected to UFOs, do you?
I've always felt that this is a strictly paranormal phenomenon, in the same way that the Mothman was, that the Lizard Man in North Carolina. It belongs to that order of manifestations. But then again, I also believe that the UFO phenomenon, far from being extraterrestrial, is also of paranormal origin.
Well, Mothman and the rest of them, I don't know about those so much as I do the Chupacabra. I do know this. I've watched Spanish TV. I know you must know Linda Howe.
I certainly do. I've had the pleasure.
All right. Linda has been heavily investigating Chupacabra now for some time. And it seems very real, Scott. I mean, there are hundreds of animals that have died that they have documented. I've seen them on TV.
I think it's most definitely real. Not only the number of animals in 5 different countries, that have been shown and researched, and veterinarians have autopsied, and the whole 9 yards.
Exactly.
You also have the fact that the testimony is more often than not unimpeachable. Simply, these people have no idea why this has happened to them, why their livelihoods have been affected in such a manner.
Well, when people hear about the Chupacabra, they chuckle and laugh. But in Mexico, for example, you don't get a lot of really good reactions when you talk about the Chupacabra. In other words, they're not laughing in Mexico.
Precisely, nor were they laughing in Puerto Rico when things started there, nor were they laughing in December when the phenomenon moved on to Spain.
Spain?
Yes, indeed. In December of 1996.
Spain?
Yes, indeed. Spain and Portugal.
And Portugal?
Researcher Bruno Cardeñosa looked into not only the mutilation, but disappearance, outright disappearance of entire flocks of sheep in Zaragoza, I believe. And the Chupacabras was actually invoked by the authorities as the culprit.
It was noted as the culprit by the authorities?
Yes, they had said, well, whatever is causing this cannot be X, Y, or Z. They enumerated the wildlife of Spain. Spain has no bears. Spain does not have any wolves anymore. So the attacks seemed to match what was going on in the Caribbean and in Central America. And they figured, well, this could be the Chupacabras.
Well, do you believe the Chupacabra began in Puerto Rico?
To all indications, yes. This would have been in March of 1995, when a reporter for the WKAQ TV station first started to inform his audience of what was going on in Orocovis, which is a town municipality in the center of the island. A number of sheep had been found completely drained of blood. People were seeing strange entities running around, entities corresponding to what we've come to know as the gray aliens, quote unquote.
Well, here we go. UFO connection.
Exactly. That's where you start getting this gray area. No pun intended. Involving strange creatures, manifestations of earlier aberrant beings that were never seen again during the Chupacabras waves, a tree-dwelling grave, for lack of a better description.
Tree-dwelling
grave. That emitted the sibilant sounds and could mesmerize people.
Let us tell everybody what we believe a Chupacabra looks like, based on a compilation of the descriptions or any photographs that exist. Oh, by the way, Scott, are there any what you would consider legitimate photographs of the Chupacabra?
Not known to me. I don't think there's been a single photo. However, I think that the Chupacabras has attracted a cottage industry of its own in hoax photographs.
Oh, I have any number of photographs on my website, and I treasure each and every one of them in their own way. But there's none that I would say, there it is, that's absolutely the Chupacabra.
No, I feel that the best indication we have to go as to its image remains the identikit image put together by researcher Jorge Martin back in '95, based on the eyewitness testimony.
What do we think? If there was a Chupacabra standing right in front of me, what would I be seeing?
If what you saw matched the description given by all the other witnesses,
exactly,
you'd see a creature with a kangaroo-like body, a humanoid head with wraparound red eyes, would appear to be very small quills, vibrating quills running down its back, very scrawny, almost useless forearms, and certainly a membrane under its arms that enables it to fly. However, before we start saying that it flies like a bird, let's clarify that by saying that it has been seen to float in the air and take off.
To float? Well, now, to float, that's not flying.
Not flying, but nonetheless people say it has wings, quote-unquote. It has a membrane under its arms. People have seen it float. They've seen it float across highways. They have seen it float into pens to extract animals. But nonetheless, I think people like to think, well, if it has wings, it's flying. So therefore, flight comes into question.
Well, but floating is paranormal. Things don't float. They don't suspend in the air without apparent means of aerodynamic
I agree with you. It's just that flight has become the, I guess, a commonplace term to describe its motion in the air. People think, well, if it's in the air, it's flying. Therefore, you get so many descriptions. It flew here, it flew there, it flew over us, it landed in my backyard, and so forth.
But they don't note it flapping its wings.
It has never been seen flapping its wings. And certainly, if it had wings, they could not sustain its weight. So whatever mechanism it's using to levitate, for want of a better term, has nothing to do with the little membranes under its arms.
All right. What about its basic, well, teeth, fangs?
The original drawings showed it as not having fangs. Then other witnesses said, yes, it has fangs, protruding fangs, and its most distinctive feature, what appears to be a proboscis of some sort that comes out of its mouth and is suspected to be the instrument used to puncture the animals which are later exsanguinated.
All right. Well, now we get into what I consider to be pretty serious stuff. In other words, these animals, I've heard various descriptions of how they've been killed, but basically it comes down to this. They have puncture wounds in their neck. Outside, somehow there's more. I can't remember. Linda said there were 2 puncture wounds, I believe, on the outside, and then some other kind of puncture wound on the inside. Is that correct?
If I recall correctly, if you look at the photos of the victims, you can see that one single puncture mark, the instrument, whatever you want to call this proboscis, seems to have gone straight in through the organs, and sometimes piercing the organs, sometimes pushing them aside, as it tried to drain blood. In many cases, we now hear that the creature has left its victims perfectly hollow.
Hollow?
That is, taking organs as well. How this can be accomplished is truly beyond the understanding of zoology. Certainly there's no natural creature capable of doing these things.
And yet, in fact, the autopsies have shown this to be the case. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
In other words, that's the most horrible thing I've ever heard. In other words, it literally sucks everything from its victim as one would somehow suck an egg from a little tiny hole.
That's a pretty good description, yes.
Yuck. How many animals, Scott, have been so affected? If you were to, put together a compilation of everything from, the whole time.
I think the range of creatures has run the gamut from racehorses in one incident to household cats and dogs. And if we tried to find a total, for Puerto Rico at least you'd have well over 1,000 animals.
1,000 animals?
For Mexico, I'm not quite sure, nor for Central America.
Okay.
In Spain, they number in the hundreds.
In the hundreds?
Hundreds of sheep, yes.
Now, surely the veterinarians who do the autopsies have got to say something. I mean, they come back and either all of the blood or all of the internal organs of these animals are missing. What do they say?
Well, I think that the Department of Agriculture in Puerto Rico was steadfast in saying that this is just predator damage. These are either dogs or feral monkeys causing this kind of damage. Flying in the face of the evidence, of course.
Has anybody ever seen a feral monkey do this?
Apparently there have been troops of feral monkeys in Puerto Rico since a certain laboratory conducting experiments shut down or released a certain number of them into wilderness. And they have apparently managed to coexist with the local wildlife.
Yes, but would they have the ability, physical ability, to do to these animals what has been done?
No, nor certainly would wild dogs. However, I think it's the most convenient explanation, and it's the explanation that seemed to satisfy the endless, filling of bureaucratic reports.
Well, it doesn't satisfy me. I'm not a scientist, Scott, but if something has been done like the removal of all internal organs or all blood, as far as I knew, Scott, the only thing that would take blood would be a bat. Now, they've got vampire bats. They're real. But they bite their victim, and then they lap up the blood. They don't suck all the blood out.
That's correct. And that also brings us to another interesting feature of chupacabras. Many times it would leave a very thick lather on its victims, even though that it probably had not quite gotten a chance to drain of blood quite yet.
A lather.
A lather, yes, a very thick, viscous substance, which had many people thinking, well, yes, this is probably some sort of giant vampire bat that's come from South America. And of course, you had a lot of the peasantry speculating as well. Yes, well, we get a lot of strange things coming from Venezuela, things come in cargo ships, etc. So I think throughout the ordeal, you have the average person is trying to find a quote-unquote rational explanation.
Yes. Well, maybe there is not one. Scott, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Could there be a creature out there capable of doing what the Chupacabra is said to have done? Is it paranormal? Is it a throwback? Is it something from ancient days when dinosaurs roamed the earth? Or is it something brand new? Or is it something from a lab somewhere? We'll talk about all these possibilities and continue to tell you about this horrid little creature called the Chupacabra in a moment. Back now to Scott Corrales, his book, soon to come out. Not out, by the way, Chupacabras and Other Mysteries. When will your book be available, incidentally?
July 4th.
July 4th?
That's correct. Nice patriotic date.
It certainly is. Is it going to be available generally in bookstores, or will there be a number to call, or what?
It will be available in bookstores.
All right. Back to the Chupacabra. You have described this animal. What about the claws? It said three claws. Is that correct?
That's correct. No one's ever seen it using them for any purpose. Apparently, its modus operandi for attacking animals is heavily based on mesmerizing them, and then proceeding to use this proboscis that it has, which in fact gave the chupacabras the name sacalenguas, or tongue sticker outer, in Central America, because that's exactly what I guess caught people's attention the most.
Yes, well, that's when you begin losing your organs and your blood, so it would get your attention. Has this animal, Scott, attacked any humans?
You know, the very first reported human attack was in May of '96. The victim was a woman named Theodora Ayala in Mexico. But otherwise, there have been no attacks on humans. People claim to have been pursued by the chupacabras, as in the case of two fishermen in Canóvanas, Puerto Rico. But fortunately, it's never demonstrated an interest in humans. It seems to concentrate on animals, which, curiously enough, and if you can allow a little bit of levity into the matter, was explained by a psychic who invited himself into chupacabras research, saying that human blood had too many toxins in it, and chupacabras preferred something less polluted.
Oh, really? Great. You know, it sounds real, I'm afraid. No doubt we have toxins that would kill the little beastie. The other worrisome thing that I've heard about a chupacabra is its ability to go, some people have said, 50, 60 miles per hour. Is there anything to that?
That's the first time I've heard. Certainly, I'd never heard that it had an endurance record or speed record either. Most of the cases that I've read about, the cases that I had the pleasure of assisting Jorge Martin with when I was in Puerto Rico, seemed to just involve the creature appeared, was either heard in the night emitting these horrifying screams. But no one ever saw it actually committing the crimes until much later. A gentleman named Daniel Santos saw it landing in its backyard, simply came out of the sky, making a buzzing sound, rested on top of a boulder for a while before taking off again. But no one ever clocked it as it was flying by or anything.
There are people who claim they have seen it scurrying across the road or by the road. Many human sightings.
That is very correct. I think the very first sighting of that sort was in Canóvanas, where some people were waiting for the bus in the early afternoon, and they thought they saw a dog running toward them on all fours. And it happened to be the Chupacabra. People have seen it scurrying across Highway 3 in Puerto Rico, both daytime and at night. And I believe the same applies in Mexico. People have actually seen it engaging in, chicken crossing the road kind of behavior. However, at this point, I just want to add, the variety of sightings in Mexico became wildly different from the sightings in Puerto Rico at one point, where you actually had federales and municipal policemen taking pot shots at a gigantic winged humanoid creature, something like a Bigfoot with wings almost. And this creature was jumping fences and eluding the police. So we were getting a variety of different entities being seen in Mexico at some point. And even a bona fide vampire bat called the Vampiro spectre, which apparently has a tremendous wingspan, was also being seen in southern Mexico at the time. So, whereas the Puerto Rican situation was rather controlled, you had the one perpetrator to deal with. Mexico was a free fire area.
I take it you saw Jurassic Park.
I certainly have, yes.
I happen to know for a fact that our governments in general, have been experimenting with some rather unsavory things. What possibility is there that these animals, these aberrations, are out of a laboratory somewhere, rejects in some sort of perverted genetic research?
Well, we could start by saying that the island of Puerto Rico has always been used for all kinds of research.
Right.
Radiation, thalidomide, all kinds of nasty things have been tested there. It would not be surprising, given the track record, that such a thing could be produced there, although to what purpose remains a big question. What would anyone gain?
Well, what do we gain by cloning, Scott?
Well, I guess cloning, to digress here, would be probably a good way of someday being able to clone certain organs to reproduce, organs for people who need transplants, etc. However, there has been talk, and certainly the book Chupacabras does mention this, a gentleman who claimed to have seen Chupacabras in Arizona or New Mexico in the 1950s.
Yeah, in the 50s?
The 50s, that's correct.
In the 50s?
In the 50s. The gentleman claims that he was a military policeman, and that these creatures had actually been part of the quote-unquote cargo manifest of a crashed UFO. And
See, here we go again. Now, you're kind of jumping around here with regard to the UFO connection.
I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible.
Well,
it keeps on coming up.
Well, is there a connection? I mean, what chance is there? You're leaning against it, but you kind of keep coming back to it.
Okay, Dr. Rafael Lara, who's, I think, one of Mexico's foremost investigators in the Chupacabra subject, clearly said that at no point during the Chupacabra sightings in his country was there a single UFO sighting, and happening anywhere near where the events were taking place.
Well, on the other hand, if a UFO dispensed or disgorged some, it may well be they began to mate and move. So
that's also very possible. However, in Puerto Rico, we do get cases of UFO activity and Chupacabra's presence. But just to go back to the gentleman with the story about New Mexico or Arizona for a minute, he said the creatures developed a taste for blood and for sheep after being fed these animals. I guess they were in some sort of reservation up there where sheep were being raised or what have you. And this is a taste that developed as one animal they seemed to be able to consume without any problem. And it was a breeding pair, according to his testimony.
Well, again, I go back to the hard evidence. Hundreds, if not thousands, of animals with either their blood or all their organs gone. Is it not incumbent on those veterinarians that have done the autopsies to not put it off on dogs or some other thing, because these animals could not do what is being done?
Well, I'd just like to clarify that perhaps by saying you have any kind of state-sponsored veterinarian was, I guess, hedging his bets by using the ape and dog explanation. But you had medical photographers from the College of Medicine in Puerto Rico coming out and saying this is impossible.
Right.
You cannot have a 2-ton bull having all its blood, its liver, its heart extracted
Right.
through a single orifice.
Exactly. In other words, here we've got our government saying UFOs are swamp gas or they're flares or one thing or another, and we can argue about it till the cows come home, pun intended,
If
or
they do.
exactly, or not. That's fine. Flares over Phoenix, whatever. But here we've got animals with wounds and autopsies performed showing things that are absolutely impossible with any terrestrial explanation.
However, I think there's also the concern, will this information cause a panic? And in Puerto Rico, I think that the information was terrifying to the farmers. But the city dwellers who never go to the countryside except on, on a holiday, it was simply yet another story to make fun of. And this is where the sociological phenomenon kicked off, of Chupacabra's T-shirt and Chupacabra's songs, like the one you just played.
Mm-hmm.
And it became simply a term of abuse and also a term of endearment on television shows. So city dwellers who'd never had direct experience or watched beloved pets or, needed animals die a horrible death could make light of it, and I think that's the case with all city dwellers.
Well, I guess you could suggest when you watch a lion tear its prey apart, it's a horrible death. So in a way, if there's a chupacabra preying on animals, mainly, out there, how does it really differ from a lion that rips its prey apart? I mean, other than the fact that this obviously is a big mystery, it may be the paranormal, it may be UFOs or whatever, but it's still one animal killing another.
It seems to me that, I'll just speak for the Puerto Rican reaction for a minute. This had happened before. People had been there, quote unquote, before, in the 1970s with the Mocha vampire, as it became known.
What was that?
It was a creature, was never seen. No drawings were made, no photos were taken. But it, for an entire year, from 1974 to 75, it killed almost as many animals as chupacabras. It had the same paranormal look and feel to it, and it later moved its activities to Santo Domingo, where it was also created great consternation among the peasantry.
Well, anything we don't understand, we are likely to ascribe to the paranormal. I mean, to us, it's magic, right? We don't understand it. No science explains it, so we either write it off and lie in reports, or, well, I'm just, I'm trying to figure out. First of all, you do believe they're real, don't you? In other
Yes,
words,
I do.
Okay.
There's no doubt in my mind.
No doubt. But you lean toward the paranormal explanation.
Yes, indeed. Simply because of the way that the creature, as with other paranormal manifestations, like the Mocha vampire just mentioned,
right,
they seem to run a course of 12 months to 18 months. They appear, they kill animals, they create a sensation, then the sightings either end abruptly or they peter out before being both ignored by the media and ignored by the peasantry after a while. And this is exactly what happened to West Virginia's Mothman back in the 60s. It appeared for exactly 13 months before disappearing, was never seen again in the area.
So, then, might these creatures be, here is another explanation, dimensional?
Well, I think the dimensional explanation would dovetail quite neatly with the paranormal. Because they would be coming in from another dimension, another level of energy, another reality, whatever term we want to give it, as opposed to being dropped here from another star system or being part of a cargo manifest of some downed UFO.
Well, think about this then. If it goes one way, maybe it goes the other. And maybe on the other side, these horrible creatures called dogs, from time to time, pop in. You know, and cats. Oh my God, cats.
I'd hate that. I'd hate to be on the other side to see them. So.
Yeah, there you are. In other words, things they have never seen on the other side.
But then again, if you want to add the third explanation, which seems to raise out of people's hackles, is simply black magic. Remember, sorcery is heavily practiced in the area. And as we have come to know, certain ceremonies appear to be very effective in producing what are known as elementals or simply summonings.
Well, let me tell you something. This last weekend, nobody knows it, but I was in Mexico. How about that, folks? And we went into what we thought was a natural food store. And there was an altar there, Scott. Clearly, it was some sort of witchcraft that was being practiced. I did not stop. I did not ask. In fact, I got out of there rather quickly.
That was prudent, yes.
One portion of the store was devoted to some kind of an altar with some sort of a being or creature that was obviously being worshipped at the center. Do you have any idea what I might have seen?
No, that sounds, and I'm just taking a stab in the dark, that sounds like a very benign Santeria altar.
Santeria, huh?
Yes.
Well, what was in the center of this altar did not look benign.
That I wouldn't know. That I wouldn't speculate. But yes, there are darker manifestations of Santeria, and they are practiced in the Caribbean, and certainly in Puerto Rico is no exception.
Do you believe in magic?
I've seen rituals perform, and I'm afraid that there's something to it.
Aha!
And
give me an example of something you have seen.
I've simply seen the effect it's had on people present at ceremonies who had no connection whatsoever to this kind of worship. I've seen people who are skeptical, let's say detached observers, fall under the influence of, let's say, the rhythmical drum beating and so forth in a Santeria ceremony. And it leads me to believe, I've, having been there, having not fallen under the spell of whatever was going on, that certain people either are quite susceptible to any kind of manipulation or that something was actually happening there.
Well, could it be that one of these ceremonies could bring some sort of elemental creature from there, wherever there is, to here?
That is certainly a possibility. The more we learn about the ritual magic and what it's designed to accomplish, certainly that's one of the possibilities. However, I bring this up last, always, because of the reaction it has on most people. People don't mind hearing about government experiments or genetic freaks run amok or UFOs dropping things off in the countryside. But when it comes to the role of ritual magic in these things, people say, no, wait a minute, we've already gone beyond the fringe.
Well,
we're...
I don't feel that way. I think it's entirely possible. Let me tell you something. There was a CNN USA poll done over the weekend, and 64%, I believe, of the American people say aliens have, in fact, in their opinion, contacted humans. Get this now. 80% of all Americans say they believe the U.S. government is hiding information on alien contact. That's 8 out of 10.
I'm not surprised. Not at all.
You're not?
No. Either, it doesn't matter, this is just a purely personal opinion, whether their perceptions are warranted or not. I think the media has played a crucial role in shaping this opinion. Simply, our programs like the X-Files and what have you. The government is up to tricks. Things are being kept from us. And this is actually its viewpoint.
So you think it's Hollywood that has formed this?
To a certain extent, the public reaction, yes. It does not detract from the phenomenon being real, however.
Well, as we get reports of microbial life in rocks from Mars, the likelihood of one of Jupiter's moons harboring life under what we now know to be or think to be a sea, water on the moon, all these other announcements, it's no wonder that people think they're being conditioned. I'm not so sure they're not. Stand by. We'll be right back to you. Is there a creature, a winged creature, capable of attacking animals? And we do have hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies of animals with, get this, not just the blood, but in many cases, all the internal organs sort of sucked out of them through a little hole in their neck. That is what the Chupacabra is said to be able to do. My guest is Scott Corrales. He wrote a book called Chupacabras and Other Mysteries. And Scott, are you there?
I certainly am.
All right. Has anybody ever recorded the sound of a Chupacabra?
Not to the best of my knowledge, but I understand that it's supposed to be an absolutely, positively blood-curdling sound.
Mm-hmm. All right. I have what is considered to be, by most of the people in the field, the legitimate recorded sound of a Bigfoot. And I'm going to play that for you right now. Listen carefully to this because, you know, it is a sound. It could be a Chupacabra. It could be a Bigfoot. It could be a Chupacabra. It could be they're from the same family. Anyway, here it is. Well, there it is. You wouldn't want to meet that in the middle of the night, in the middle of the forest. No way.
Certainly not.
Now, that's a pretty horrible sound. Is that what people describe?
I would say that's pretty blood-curdling and awful to me, so I think it could be close. However, you now mentioned Bigfoot. There have been Bigfoot sightings in Puerto Rico as well.
Uh-huh.
And certainly, at the height of the Chupacabra sightings, there was also a Bigfoot attack on a human, or rather a sort of a tussle.
Well, but see, here we are again. Now, the Bigfoot is variously said to be also something related to UFOs. Bigfoot is considered by many to be, in effect, a missing link, surviving as best it can. But, you know, it has the same qualities as a Chupacabra in that it will disappear. Just gone.
Absolutely. And certainly out here in Pennsylvania, we have our own Bigfoot sightings, and that sound has certainly, that you played is certainly a mainstay of many Bigfoot conventions and conferences out here. And it has the same qualities. It disappears. It appears not to behave as animals are supposed to behave. And I think most researchers are in agreement that, yes, the Pennsylvania Bigfoot, or the East Coast Bigfoot, if you will, is definitely not a physical creature.
Not a physical
Not a physical creature. No, not at all.
So again, then, the paranormal or UFOs.
But in Puerto Rico, you have your, it has the almost unpronounceable name of Comecogollos, which means the eater of soft banana plants. I was seen back in the 80s and then seen again, on and off. And it appears to be only interested in pursuing to vegetarian habits. It's never really gone around killing any animals.
Vegetarians, they're fine.
But people have seen it. There have been photos taken of it, and of course, it belongs to the blurry quality photo category.
Well, you know, I still think these things might have come out of labs somewhere. I've got this horrible feeling. I mean, I just know, Scott. I know. For example, right now in the Bahamas, despite what our president has said, there is a company that for $200,000 will clone a human being. Now, if they're doing that, imagine the experimentation that must have been going on privately in labs and by governments in places like Puerto Rico.
Well, I concur wholeheartedly there. Particularly, I think we were informed by television a couple of years ago just the extent that genetic research had finally achieved. I remember people being completely shaken by a photo in Time magazine of a mouse with a human ear growing out of its back.
I've got that photograph, and I try not to look at it.
And this also dovetails with an article in the Russian magazine Aura Z concerning the research of Dr. Xian Kanchen. I just mutilated his name right there. And he apparently could, by radiation, superimpose chromosomes on different animals. So he was creating a half rabbit,
half-duck creatures.
See, there we go. Now,
And no photographs of these creatures are available.
yeah, isn't it logical then that something would have been created in a lab someplace, and much like in Jurassic Park, one or two get loose, and that's all it takes?
It's certainly one of the theories. I don't think we should dismiss it out of hand. And certainly, if, let's say, breeding pair managed to make it into the wilderness, the powers that be would be very interested in finding out, how they're making out and what response they're having on the population.
Tell me, is the Chupacabra gone now? Are we getting any fresh reports, or is the creature gone?
The creature went into abeyance after January of '96. It then staged a resurgence in the spring and began mutilating animals and left a strong smell of sulfur wherever it went, to the point of nauseating media photographers and policemen, civil defense workers. Then it sort of just petered out, and researcher Willie Duran, who's down in Puerto Rico, tells me that yes, they keep on getting cases, the mutilations are still happening, but the creature has not been seen again. Just its handiwork.
What does that suggest?
To my mind, as I said, we go right back to the paranormal thing. These creatures tend to just either stop abruptly or peter out after a while. Or perhaps just reduce their level of activity to a maintenance level, in which a number of animals are killed here and there. Little calling cards are left. If you recall when we started the show, I was telling you back in 1991, you already had reports of, let's say, a dozen goats being killed, 50 rabbits here, 50 ducks there.
Right.
And yet it never transcended to anything greater than that until 1995. So perhaps there's always a low level of animal mutilations going on, and that it simply reverted to this, what would you call it?
It's not unreasonable because, Scott, have you followed the way the Ebola virus operates? It suddenly emerges, good word, and kills a town, a city, an area, and then dies off, not to be heard from again until the next outbreak. Kind of weird, huh?
It certainly is. It also has apparently a little refractory period of its own.
Exactly. And one can only imagine that it sits there and it waits for some contact by humans, or it becomes active in its own way at a certain point. We have no way of knowing about Ebola and why it comes and why it goes any more than we do the Chupacabra.
And I think you can also, it does point to the cyclical nature. As I said, we go back to the Mocha vampire, how it appeared, how then it disappeared. We have Chupacabras now in the mid-90s. Perhaps in the 2016s or thereabout, we're going to get another major outbreak of sightings, if it does seem to follow this pattern. It's certainly animal mutilations at large. I know that Linda Howe's written about this at length. Do follow a cyclical pattern over the decades. Outbursts throughout the world, repeating themselves in different countries, as if following a rotation of some sort.
Well, there is Santeria. Now, a lot of people say you can attribute these mutilations to devil worship of one sort or another. What do you say?
I say we cannot discount that possibility at all. Certainly, I know that one of the big concerns in Mexico, at least this concern was voiced by the director of the Chapultepec Zoo in Mexico City, was not as much that the Chupacabras itself would attack their animals, but that certainly ritual worshippers would try to perform similar rites on zoo animals. And the zoo director pointed to a biblical passage in which a certain instrument is used, which produces a wound that could be quite similar to what Chupacabras does. I can't recall exactly what her words were, but they were to that effect.
Well, so that is possible. In other words, there is a scientific way to do what this animal is said to do.
There certainly is. As I said, if we want, as I said, we cannot, at this point, I don't think it's The healthiest thing to do is just consider every single alternative that's being postulated without subscribing to any particular one, because we may be wrong in the end, logically.
You remember you were joking a little while ago about the Chupacabra not going after human beings because our blood might be too toxic for them?
That's correct, yes.
Is it not also possible that that same toxic level might be producing these aberrations?
Well, if we're going to move into the realm of toxins, then we should also talk about radiation.
Sure.
The Chupacabras has left a considerable radiation signature in Puerto Rico and in Guatemala.
Now, the first time I've heard this.
Well, this is, I guess, some information that I just acquired in recent months. Apparently, back in '95, during the Orocovi stage of Chupacabra's activity, civil defense workers were finding readings in excess of background radiation, which I believe is 10 rads, or 10 millirads. I'm not exactly sure of the measurement. And it was enough to prompt civil defense workers to say, let's get out of here, the situation is getting ugly.
Really?
However, they were quite remiss in not telling the farmers, do not approach this animal, it's radioactive, or it has been irradiated in some way, shape, or form. Now, Dr. Oscar Padilla in Guatemala, his research also turned up this radiation signature as left behind by this creature. And if we want to invoke, I guess, the paranormal again, or the interdimensional theory, rather, you have a theory posited by John Keel in 1978 in his book, The Eighth Tower, in which he says that these manifestations perhaps require a heavier element when they manifest in our dimension, and they choose a dense radioactive material, perhaps even plutonium. And as they break down from being in our own reality, they disintegrate and eventually do disappear. But they leave a considerable amount of radiation as they move along. Certainly, one of the main complaints voiced by stateside researchers was a lack of strong scientific information. Let's say radiation readings, soil samples, blood samples, hair samples. And now we're getting information that, yes, indeed, there were Geiger counter readings. Yes, indeed, there were soil samples. Yes, you had people in Central America also conducting these things. But due to the fact that Latin America has gotten this terrible rap as the place where people have heads growing out from under their arms over the years, anything coming from south of the border seems to be cast aside, ridiculed, or just plain ignored.
There was a period of time, though, when people here stopped laughing, at least in the Southwest, because we began to experience mutilations that, in fact, had sightings of the Chupacabra ourselves, some in California, New Mexico, Arizona, these areas, and so the laughter quieted down for quite a while. People didn't know what to make of it. But then that abated.
Well, that's certainly the healthy response. I think once people have been subjected to the phenomenon, or know people who've suffered losses on account of it, or may have even had sightings.
Americans really don't know. The truth of the matter is that when you go down into Mexico, the Chupacabra is not at all treated the way it is here. We laugh, we joke, we make songs like the one I played. We make T-shirts and all the rest of it, and for that matter, some of that may be going on in Mexico, but the average Mexican is not humored at all by these stories, are they?
No, simply because of the periodicity of these things. These things have happened before. They've always happened. Certainly, a country like Mexico has had this centuries-old tradition about shapeshifters, elementals, the nahuales, as they're called. And this is not a laughing matter. People have always feared the village sorcerer, the village witch, the person who can, quote-unquote, shed their skin and assume an animal form. So we can dismiss these things as folklore, or just something for the anthropologist to write his PhD dissertation on. But this is something that people have always considered part and parcel of their reality. And in fact, this is something that Spanish investigator Salvador Clexedo has said for years, we had so many words in the vocabulary of every single country for elves, fairies, pixies, vampires, etc. So many words for creatures that ostensibly do not exist in every single language that it does make one wonder why we have all these words for things that are often dismissed as childish or just being the product of fantasy or what have you.
I remember when I was a kid, I thought there was a monster in the closet, and I still keep my closet door closed at night before I go to sleep because of that, Scott. Dumb, huh? That's a carryover from childhood. I still don't like open closets because I know there are things in there. And so one other possibility that I've always wondered about is the monster from the id. In other words, the possibility that we create our own monsters, or that it is possible. We know so little about the human brain. It is so powerful, it can do so many things that we don't know about, that is it not possible that, in effect, we create them ourselves?
Now, that's probably the most fascinating aspect of the phenomenon. Are we developing, let's say, the ability that the Tibetan monks allegedly have of creating tulpas, thought forms, which are quite solid and can respond, they can interact with physical creatures and leave an impression on the physical world around them?
Exactly.
That is a fascinating possibility. However, you can't tell a farmer that an archetype or creature from the id just punched a hole in one of its animals. So that's a very hard one to get people to accept or even consider. But it's truly fascinating. If, as a society, we're now creating our own, very much like, and I hate to invoke science fiction, but the classic film Forbidden Planet, where a machine for generating creatures of the id was part of the plot of the movie.
Well, as I recall, the machine supplied the nearly endless amount of power that allowed the creation and maintenance of this creature, but it only supplied the power. It was the evil mind, you recall, of the man who lived on the planet, who was in effect creating this horrid monster.
Exactly. As I said, we cannot rule any possibility out at the moment. No matter how enticing some of these theories might seem, we should just keep an open mind.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is open some phone lines and let people ask you questions. How about that?
Very good. I'd be delighted.
All right, good. That's coming up next. Now, as you may have noted, we began early tonight, as we will every night from now on, at 10 o'clock Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern. Scott Corrales is my guest. His book is Chupacabras and Other Mysteries. And indeed, mysteries they are. If you have questions, we're going to open the lines coming next. My guest is Scott Corrales. He's talking about the Chupacabra. Not many people do, publicly. He's talking about that and other mysteries. That would be the title of his book coming out shortly. We'll get to him and your questions about these strange creatures, not limited to the Chupacabra by any means, in a moment. All right, here we go. My guest is Scott Corrales. We're talking about the Chupacabra. Very, very ugly creature indeed, and other similar mysteries. And as we go back to him and your calls in a second, I got this fax from Randy. Art, what is going on? There have been 5 tornadoes in Oklahoma City, winds to 75 miles an hour here in Arkansas, and 2 more tornadoes in Texas. The weather is not the same anymore. Well, of course, Randy, I agree with you. Now, there have always been tornadoes in Oklahoma. That is not unusual. But there is no question about the fact that our weather is changing and quickening, if you will. That's the title of my book, of course. Plug. I'll tell you how to get it after a while here. But I would like to ask you about that, Scott. There is something going on, some environmental change going on, that is reflected not just by the possible presence of chupacabras and whatever else, but there's a larger thing going on, a change, basic, profound change in our weather, in our environment. New diseases are popping up, things that are killing fish off the East Coast the Antarctic ice shelf, one of them getting ready to drop off into the water. A lot of very unusual environmental things, ozone depletion, the rest of it, all going on at once. And it all seems to be quickening. Is it possible that these strange creatures are some kind of product of this change?
That certainly has always come to mind. I mean, we seem to be having all the signs of the times, not only applicable to Judeo-Christian religion, but to other millennial religions as well. Certainly, people who, let's say, read the Book of Revelation, etc., have drawn parameters between what was going to happen, strange creatures being seen, etc. And there's certainly the possibility that this could also be chupacabras and Bigfoot-like creatures and your pterodactyls that manifest every so often could be part of this.
All right, let's go to the phones. First-time caller line. You are on the air with my guest, Scott.
I just wanted to ask him, what does he think, like, what bothers me about this, like that thing and Bigfoot and whatnot, is that they seem to cough up here and then suddenly they're in California and
that's right,
somewhere else and here or there. And I was just wondering, how much do you think it might be people propagating a legend?
A legend, all right. Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Edmonton, Alberta, Art. I'm listening to you out of Como.
All right, aside from my discussions on the air about the chupacabra and these other things, have you heard about them otherwise?
Yeah, up here at in British Columbia and that.
I think what people are hearing on the media and the press is usually the humorous, the dismissive stories, which in no way would lead people to begin conducting hoaxes on their own. Aside from the photo hoaxes, which are ubiquitous in these days of all kinds of scanning technology in the home and all these things, there have been no hoaxes. You certainly have had a lot of colorful characters, like the psychic I mentioned earlier in the show, dropping their 2 cents and saying that they're from this planet, that planet, they will not drink human blood, etc. But outright hoaxes, I don't believe we've had any thus far.
Okay, all right. Wild card line, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Yeah, Art?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm calling from Reading. That last fellow that talked from British Columbia?
Yes.
I can take it down a little bit further south. I used to live with the Quileute Indians in Forks, Washington.
Yeah.
I'm a trucker, and I hauled their fish. They're a fishing village. And I asked one time about Bigfoot down in that area, and they said, yeah, we have sightings all the time, but we just don't noise it around. We're tired of being laughed at.
Right.
Well, I have an incident to relate to you. The reservation cop and I were pretty good friends, and the night before all of this, the big happening, they had gone to dinner, the Coast Guard commander and his wife, and Joe and his wife, the reservation cop, of course. And I was coming back that night about 9:30. There's a hard right-hand turn into the reservation on a little 1.5 lane blacktop road, and this big hairy critter ran across the road. Joe got him in his spotlight, stopped his car. He was in his prowl car, and he stepped back to the pickup behind him, which was a Coast Guard pickup, and he asked the guy in the pickup, did you see anything? He says, well, I can't really be sure. So they let it go. The next morning, 2 little kids were playing on a bend in the river where it took its last turn before it went out to the ocean. And they were throwing rocks at some big critter across in the bushes across the river. It was quite a ways. The rocks never got to him, and the big guy, he'd kind of half-heartedly throw one back. But he was on a spot of ground that was bordered on one side by the blacktop road to a public parking area to go to the beach, which was a reservation border. The beach access was public land, and then the river divided the public land from the reservation. Well, here came a car. The big guy heard it, and he stood up. And these 2 little kids, the next thing Joe knows, he's got them in his office, and they're practically incoherent. And he related this to me. I didn't see it firsthand, of course, and that's when I began asking around about, they call them Sasquatch up there.
Right.
And all over the Northwest, you hear the same thing from the local folks up there, that they have sightings all the time.
Well, I've got an idea. Let us ask our guest, Scott, we've got a lot of Bigfoot sightings in the Northwest. Are there sightings in Mexico, in Spanish lands, around the world, for that matter, of what we call Bigfoot?
Yes, we certainly do. In fact, one of the chapters of Chupacabras and Other Mysteries is devoted to that subject. You have the Sasquatch-like creature called the Ucumaru, which is in the Andes between Chile and Argentina.
What is that? How do they describe it?
They describe it as a simian, 8-foot-tall, hairy creature. It's also in the mythology of the area. People feel that it's a gentle giant, just as people in the Pacific Northwest feel about Bigfoot. And certainly there has been evidence gathered by zoologists over the years that such a creature does exist at the higher reaches of the Andes. If you move into Amazonia in Brazil, you start getting reports of gigantic simians or humanoids, pre-human creatures, which could also be part of the Bigfoot tradition. Puerto Rico, as I said, has had reports of the Comecogollos since the 80s, or at the 70s actually. Mexico has also had, this is the interesting thing about Mexico, is its two mountain chains, the Sierra Madre, both on the east and the west, are very poorly explored mountains. And people are quite proud of the fact, actually, that these mountains have never been explored.
In other words, there are areas, you're telling me, where man really has never gone in Mexico?
That's absolutely correct, and people consider it a point of pride that these things have never been properly investigated. And certainly, creatures like that could be living in there. If you move into Central America, you have a smaller simian creature, the Sisamite, which is in Belize and Honduras. So yes, you do have this tradition of Sasquatch-like creatures spreading all the way down to South America. Certainly, there's a Bigfoot of the Pyrenees between France and Spain. So, is this simply a creature that chooses mountains as its habitat?
I don't know, gee whiz, Scott, I thought every square inch of everywhere had been trumped upon by man.
That is, I think we all think that. I think it was the late Ivan Sanderson who pointed out to the fact that cartographers, map makers play fast and loose with the data they have at hand. They'll cover an area, so many grids from the air. They'll send someone in there, take a couple of measurements, but no one will ever go into the heart of things.
So there's lots of land that man has not yet walked upon, and who knows what might be there.
Precisely.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Hi, my name is Ramona.
Ramona. Nice name.
I know, it's your wife's name, too.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I've been listening to you. I'm very concerned and I'm interested in Scott, what he's talking about, because I have seen, they've had several features on different television shows about this, and they have shown, tried to show pictures of what this Chupacabra looks like.
Chupacabra. And by the way, Scott, is that right? They have a drawing that is pretty well universally accepted. It's what this lady is talking about, of what the Chupacabra looks like.
That's correct. That would be Jorge Martin's drawing that he did back in 1995.
Is that the best?
That seems to be the one closest to the truth, to the actual descriptions rather than the truth. I've seen a number of drawings of the creature.
Well,
and I've seen the numbers held up to a number of witnesses. They say, no, that the closest one seems to be the original drawing.
Because they look almost like, like the aliens, and as you were talking before about all the different storms and the activities and the different tornadoes and stuff, I'm from Westfield, Massachusetts, believe it or not.
Okay.
I don't know if you know where that is.
I don't, but that's okay.
You ever hear of Hartford?
Of course. Oh, of course.
Okay, it's on the other side of Springfield.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right. It's not too far from the Berkshires.
Okay.
And every now and then, I've heard you hear about sightings of UFOs and stuff. I have actually seen sightings of strange lights too. But the thing that gets me about this is, it seems to me that you did have a subject one time about the mutating frogs.
Oh, yes.
And I'm wondering if these could be possibility of mutation.
Oh, there's absolutely no question about it. Thank you. That's what I was talking about earlier. What I call the quickening. One aspect of it is the environmental changes. We have frogs that are mutating, extra legs. I've got a photograph of a frog with an eye in its throat. In some areas of the upper Midwest now, they cannot find normal frogs. They're nearly all mutated. We've got single-celled and simple creatures in the Antarctic now being so affected that they have detected genetic change in the DNA strand. There's some pretty strange stuff going on. So that an animal like this could be produced by changes that are naturally or not so naturally occurring on Earth. Not a surprise, huh, Scott?
Not at all, certainly. I don't know of any creature, however, that leaves a radiation signature that's above background radiation. So my contention would be that, well, it's possible that it could be a genetic mutation.
Well, yes, but radiation may have had something to do with its creation.
You can't put that possibility aside either. No, you certainly can't. Nonetheless, I tend to incline to if it's leaving that kind of radiation amount, you're dealing with something completely beyond the pale.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
This is Fritz from Phoenix.
Hi, Fritz.
I have been following the Chupacabra mystery with great interest for the last 3 years. It made the headlines, I would say, even in the mainstream media.
Right.
So fast. Of course, Art, you had a lot to do with your program to give it the exposure. And that's, of course, positive because the world would never know. It took Bigfoot 30 years to go up front, and here the Chupacabra comes in 3 years, so fast. Now, I'm myself going through the process of elimination, but it's very difficult from the living room to do that. Now, it seems, in my opinion, there's definitely an intelligence dropping the Chupacabra from counter to counter. And I want to ask Scott, the question is, how is it possible that it can be dropped? Is there any evidence now, video? I mean, a lot of people have video cameras nowadays. Is there a possibility to set a ring of watches out with video cameras to see how this mystery moves around? And if there's a connection with UFO, because everything points to it, but of course that's just speculation.
You know, I believe that in January of '96 there was a project set up in Puerto Rico to somehow involve a network of night vision equipment and camcorders to be triggered at a certain time. And I'm not sure what the outcome of that project was, but certainly efforts have been made in that direction. Now, however, one of the main complaints, though, that's been echoed, I think, since the situation started, is why don't people have more camcorders in Puerto Rico, etc.? And I think the main contention here is, yes, people have as much access to still cameras, camcorders, what have you, but it's not a shutterbug society.
Well, listen, whether it is or not, let me tell you something. I have now seen 2 UFOs. Both times I kicked myself silly after seeing the things. One particularly, not very long ago here at home, I could have run in and grabbed my 8mm, which had a good zoom on it, and it didn't occur to me. You know why? Because when you're in the middle of something like that, you're absolutely frozen. And as much as a disc in the sky froze me, Scott, I can only imagine that to see something like the Chupacabra, not only would you be, it would be fight or flight time, or you'd be frozen in place with victim tattooed on your forehead. It's hard to know which, but you'd be not inclined to reach for a camera.
I would second that motion, certainly.
And only people who have seen something like this and understand the way it immobilizes you can understand why there are not a lot of photographs taken.
However, the contention keeps on, it arises every time. Why are there no photos? Why do we keep on having drawings and artists' renderings? Why aren't there any photos? What about Mexico? What about this? What about here? What about there? And all we can produce is, let's say, the cold light of day. It's handiwork. We keep on seeing the dead animals. Yet, perhaps someday, one of these camera arrays will work and deliver us images, hopefully video footage as opposed to still footage of the creature carrying out its actions.
Well, suppose they were to set up night vision equipment and video recorders and all the rest of it, and cameras, and they actually caught an image of one of these. How do you think that would affect society, particularly Spanish society?
I think Spanish society would actually be simply, yes, we told you so, here it is. In the United States, the reaction would just be, well, it's a hoax, obviously that's a man in a suit, it's some sort of virtual reality,
right?
And computer generated, and all. So you could never convince the skeptics or the scientific community they have PhDs writing on this
So a photograph is not going to really be sufficient for all these, I'll put it in quotes, civilized people up north here.
No, a photograph is going to sell a lot of newspapers and a lot of magazine articles, but it's not going to convince anyone.
You're quite correct. They're going to say it is somebody in a suit, or they're going to say it is a photographic manipulation. And frankly, that's true of any photograph of any unusual phenomena, from ghosts to UFOs to photographs of creatures and all the rest of it. We have come into an age where nobody is going to believe a damn thing, photograph or not. So, next question. With regard to Bigfoot, there is a reputable scientist in the Northwest who says the first Bigfoot that we can kill, we should kill. And then there should be the death penalty for anybody who would kill a second one. In other words, he's saying, in effect, we want one so that we know we've got this creature. We put it on the endangered species list. We examine it, we dissect it, we cut it into little pieces and find out what makes it tick, and then we kill no more.
I've heard that contention, and certainly you have the argument that until you kill one, no one will know that it's real. You have the opposing view, which is we're talking about a sentient creature in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
We're killing one of our relatives, one of our primate relatives.
So what would you say of those two views? Which one would you embrace?
That's between the pit and the pendulum there.
Yeah.
I would have to advocate perhaps the actual downing of a Bigfoot, having to kill one.
Take one down.
To be able to just prove to the world, scientific community and the media at large, yes, it does exist. And I think the same would apply to any abnormal creature.
So take one down, prove it exists, and then what? Add it to the endangered species list, or begin to worry about the future of humanity generally?
It's a consolation prize to add it to the endangered species list. It doesn't do it any good, though.
All right, Scott, hold on. We'll do one more hour. Phones are going nuts here, so stand by. Scott Corrales is my guest. He has the background and has done the research on the Chupacabra and other similar mysteries. So if you have questions about these weird creatures, and I guess in a way it also involves Bigfoot, and this whole range of creatures that seem to come and go in a most horrific way, here we are. My guest is Scott Corrales. He has authored a book called Chupacabras and Other Mysteries. He knows about such things. His background includes such things. He has investigated for years monsters, things you would not want to meet in the middle of the night, things that sound like this. We'll get back to him in a moment. Now back to Scott Corrales. Scott has been investigating things like the Chupacabra and other monster mysteries for many, many years. And so if you have any questions, come now. Scott, are you there?
I certainly am.
All right. We'll do one more hour, and lots of people apparently want to talk about this. So to the phones. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Love your show.
Thank you. Where are you?
Longview, West Virginia.
All right.
It's in the Panhandle.
Right.
Okay. First thing I'd like to say, I love your site. It's the top bookmark on my account.
All right. Yes, it's a good website.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm talking to my parents about getting web TV, too.
Good for you.
Okay. My question is, where's the okay, let's try this again.
Okay.
Where in the United States have these been sighted, I mean, as far as up? You know, how far up have they been sighted in the United States?
That's a very good question.
When you say, well, let's qualify they. What do you mean by they? Chupacabras?
Chupacabras, yeah.
Chupacabras, all right.
Right, I thought that was going to be what the caller meant. Having the mutilations. Then the Hialeah area.
As a matter of fact, may I stop you, Scott, and then you can answer the rest of the question. There was an animal that attacked a car north of Miami somewhere, and it put actual deep scratches in the bumper of the car. Did you hear about that?
I certainly did. That was researched by Dr. Virgilio Sanchez, whose little book on the Chupacabras in Florida has just come out. It moved north, then it moved west from Florida. We started getting the sightings in Texas, then New Mexico, Arizona, California. Finally, it moved as far north as Oregon, as far as I know. However, it never moved farther north on the eastern seaboard. The phenomenon then quickly moved overseas, to thrill, no doubt, people in Spain and in Portugal. And it kept on moving south into South America, but no reliable information is available from either Colombia or Venezuela.
Well, there are those who would be suspicious that the Chupacabra, other than its brief sojourn into the States, is seen mainly in Spanish-speaking areas.
That has often been remarked. Is this just a
Spanish phenomenon?
A figment of the Hispanic-American mentality, or
Right.
something prone to Spanish-speaking populations? I don't think so. I think it's an equal opportunity phenomenon. I think if you happen to be in an area where it's taking place, you stand a good chance of seeing it. Ethnicity notwithstanding.
Okay, but is there any cultural propensity that you could explain that would begin to enter that area, saying, well, it is mainly a Spanish kind of thing?
You could say that, yes, as we mentioned earlier in the show, that there is a greater acceptance of the paranormal, of the supernatural, in Latin society, perhaps because there's an African influence to deal with as well, and that's the supernatural is certainly a West African thing.
Well, we know that UFO sightings are so common in Mexico City that people have begun to take them for granted, and just sort of going, oh, there's another one.
See, that was the case when I lived there in the 70s. We had I guess our own equivalent down there of the 1973 Year of the Humanoids we were having in the States. And it got to the point where UFOs were simply a matter of curiosity more than anything a matter of admiration. People stopped paying attention and said, well, yes, these things are real, and they may be from another planet, from another dimension, and you'll know.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. Hi, Scott.
Hello.
Where are you, sir?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay.
Kind of the heart of Bigfoot country.
It sure is.
Yeah, I was wondering, St. Louis is a place that's building out, and as our community kind of branches out into what used to be wooded areas, have there been any reports of a Bigfoot, like, wandering through a subdivision?
I recall back in the 70s there were
like
stories in Florida.
Oh, really?
In Hialeah, I remember that it was seen parading through the backyards. I believe it was Lauren Coleman who researched that information.
It is interesting as we move into areas that we have not been in before. For example, in South America, it is said you can see the fires in the rainforests as we burn them down from space. They are so severe. And so we're constantly moving man into areas where man has never been before, and maybe in a lot of areas, as you pointed out earlier, where man has never walked before. So should we be surprised that we see things that man has never seen before?
Well, we know that when we stir up ecosystems that have never been disturbed, we come up with things like the Ebola virus and Lassa fever and all these other strange viruses, which we have no immunity resistance, certainly.
Exactly. There is a new virus off the coast, the East Coast now, of America. As a matter of fact, I've got another report on it this morning. And what it does is it goes to the bottom of fresh or salt water, and it waits. And when enough toxins enter the water, it is activated, and it begins killing fish first, and then it begins making people sick. And it's one of those things that you might speculate has always been there, but, you know, the conditions were not quite right for it to flourish. But the minute the right toxins get in the water, suddenly it's activated, and there it is.
It serves as a catalyst, then, to bring these things
A catalyst. Ah, thank you. That's the word. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi. Hello there. Going once, going twice. Go on. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Chris. I'm calling from Tacoma.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah, first, I had a couple questions and then one short comment, but I was just wondering, I was curious, how many years does the Chupacabra go back to?
Good question.
The Chupacabras is a recent phenomenon in the incarnation to which it's been it's been known. It's from 1995. If you go back to the 70s, you'll see similar activity, but there was no creature ever associated with it.
Because I was wondering as far as reproduction, because I get the impression that when the Sasquatch and the Chupacabra is being talked about, it's talked about singly, like a Chupacabra or a Sasquatch, and I was wondering, they must be reproducing, or at some point, what would their lifespan be? I mean, they would either have to die off like anything.
Well, that's actually, we've been talking about that. In other words, have you noticed they appear, they are a problem, and then they are gone again for a while. Now, I'm not sure what that suggests, but I understand where you're coming from with your question, and I think the last thing we would want is for these things to begin to reproduce in a prolific manner.
That is certainly undesirable. Chupacabras has been seen in groups of 3 or 4 in certain parts of Puerto Rico, so we know there's a plurality of beings, as opposed to a single one that appears in different locations. Whether it's a natural creature, I doubt that any natural creature emits a smell akin to battery acid. Battery acid has been mentioned. Malathion, the pesticide, has been mentioned. Strong, acrid chemical odors are left behind by this creature.
Well, if I were to see 3 Chupacabras, there would be nothing further to worry about for me because I'd faint. And then they'd have their way with me, I suppose. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Carolyn in Seattle.
Hi.
My question fits into the realm of other kind of mysteries.
Okay.
I wanted to ask Scott if he knew whether or not he heard anything about people with, this is my situation, waking up in the morning with different kinds of brands that my children call them brandings. They're like shapes of squares, circles, triangles, and they're
on your body?
Yes, from anywhere on my back to my neck, and they last for about 3 months. They're completely numb. They look like they are raised marks that look like they've been severe burns, and they have deep bruises in the center.
Wow.
And there's no feeling at all to these areas.
In other words, there is the possibility you have been attacked by something in the night.
Right. The first time I saw this, I have a king-size waterbed. I came in my room, I just tore my bed to pieces trying to find what I had slept on.
Sure.
And, I've had children ranging from the age of 24 to 16, and I have a husband I've been with for 20 years, and a grandchild, and we all look at these things, and we all, there's just no explaining it.
May I ask a personal question?
Yes.
Do you sleep with your husband?
My husband is a merchant seaman, so he's gone often. But these have come up when he's been here, and, it's just the strangest thing.
So many times you're a lonely target.
Right. Oh, yeah. Most definitely. Most of the time. He's been home the last year for about 6 weeks. So I'm at a place where I'm wondering if Scott has been aware of anyone else.
Okay. All right, good question. It comes under the area of other mysteries for sure, Scott.
I really wish I could be more helpful. This sounds like a very, very serious matter. It would fall more into the realm of poltergeistic phenomena where welts are left on the skin, impressions left on the skin, or what is now being covered under abduction studies.
Well, I did call Peter Davenport here in Seattle, and he put me in touch with a doctor here who does this as a side kind of thing. He has very limited time that he can invest in this, and so he asked me to keep a journal for a year.
Keep a journal?
Yeah, pictures and journals. What happens is, in the mornings, I started noticing a pattern. I call it... It's difficult for me to talk about this because I really haven't.
No, I understand. Listen, I'll tell you what. Have you also been taking photographs?
Yes.
You have?
Yes, the triangles are very, very clear and specific. The squares are very, very clear. The circles are very clear for about a month, and then they start fading away.
All right, no, I think I've got the picture. What I'm asking is, Don't send me originals, but could you send some photographs?
Yes, I could. The thing that I've gotten, I haven't even paid very much attention. I've got one now that faded about 3 weeks ago, lasted about 3 to 4 months. And as they fade, they break up into patterns of circles. But you know, even after they fade, I still have numbness. There, all over my back, I have numb places.
All right, I would very much like to see some photographs.
Yes, okay.
Send them to me, all right?
All right.
All right, thank you.
And best of luck.
Best of luck indeed. Wow. East of the Rockies, you are on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Yes, good morning, Art. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning.
Well, let me just say first of all, Art, you have some very interesting topics, and I drive truck at night. You definitely keep me looking over my shoulder with some of your topics there.
This ought to do it, yes. Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Mendota, Illinois, currently making a stop in the town here. You know, you talk a lot about, we got on the subject earlier, you guys were talking a little bit about aliens, possibilities of cover-ups with the government and not letting people possibly know about them. Scott, do you ever have the fear, all the work and the effort and the time that you put into this, that if one is ever found alive or dead, that there's a possibility that, you know, nobody could ever know about this and it would take years to unravel, so to speak, as the UFOs have come along in that?
It's a good point. In other words, let's say we find a body, or we have found one, or let's say that we have captured one alive. Isn't it probable, Scott, that the military would descend, they would take the creature, it would disappear to Wright Patterson Air Force Base or someplace or another, and we would never see it?
Almost certainly. But I'd like to, the way I see UFO research right now, and particularly the work that I've compiled on what's going on in Latin America, we seem to be gathering evidence, all our research, all our material, for the benefit of future generations who will perhaps be in a better position to understand the phenomenon. Much like electricity was of no use to Benjamin Franklin. He was fooling around with the concept. It would have to wait another century before it was useful to someone. And I think that's the thing with ufology. We are creating the reference books that our great-great-great-grandchildren will look back to for the early information on the phenomenon when they're in a position to solve the mystery. So I think even if a body were discovered and the information were concealed, somehow those government reports would eventually surface in the future. And it's a phenomenon that's going to be for the benefit of future generations. It's very important that we document everything, we preserve all the information we have to that end.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
How you doing, Art? My name is Stephen. I'm calling from Chicago.
Hi, Stephen.
One of the questions I'd like to ask Scott is, and this is something that you've been talking about a lot with your quickening, it's, are these animals, like the Chupacabra, the Sasquatch, are they simply animals that have already been here for eons?
Right.
And that because we're simply going into their territory, that we're seeing them more often?
It's highly unlikely. But we cannot dismiss the possibility that as we move into virgin forest areas, in our search for minerals and other resources, we're drilling deep into the earth, we're going into caves. It could be possible that these creatures form part of our physical reality. However, why do they leave these radiation signatures? Why do they emit these acrid chemical odors?
Yeah, this is the first time I have ever heard about the radiation signatures. That's really weird.
It certainly is. It's very disturbing.
And then you mentioned one other thing, Scott, that caught my attention. You said we're drilling deeper into the earth. In fact, we are. And is it just possible that some of these creatures may be coming up from underground?
That notion has been set forth a couple of times. They alleging, well, a creature has luminous eyes; it could live underground.
Exactly.
What would it survive on living underground? Well, that's also open to speculation. But drilling ever deeper for more oil, for minerals, certainly Puerto Rico has supplies of copper and other valuable metals, and there's consideration that they're going to be exploited.
Mm-hmm.
Test pits could have been dug, and this thing could have come out.
Up and out. Boy. All right, Scott, stand by. We're going to take a break here at the bottom of the hour. Scott Corrales is my guest. His book, coming out shortly, is called Chupacabras and Other Mysteries. Chupacabras and Other Mysteries is the book. Scott Corrales is the author and the investigator. If you'd like to talk to him, that's what telephones are for. All busy at the moment, but get in as you can.
You know, when I started doing this radio program, Jesse, half of the subjects I was really into, the paranormal, the unusual, ghosts, and things like that.
Yeah.
The conspiracy stories, you know, I was a little weary about these, other than the Kennedy assassination. And all of a sudden, I woke up. I simply woke up. Is that what happened with you two?
Yeah. That's when I really started to say, what is going on here? And I started to truly then investigate 9/11. And today, I don't believe the government story of 9/11. Here's the three options. Either we knew about it and allowed it to happen, or we knew about it and participated in it, or these were the dumbest buffoons that could have ever been in charge of our country, who could have all this pre-information. And I started to think they knew it was going to happen. They either are part of it or they allowed it to. There's no doubt in my mind.
All right, back now to Scott Corrales, who is in Pennsylvania, where it's getting very early in the morning, I guess.
That's right.
There are not many people like you, Scott. There's Linda Moulton Howe. She was hot on the track of the Chupacabra for a while. Who would you say are the top investigators in the area?
Well, Art, I'd like to begin by saying you mentioned that I was the investigator. I like to see myself just as the chronicler. The credit for the investigation goes to the unsung researchers in Puerto Rico, like Federico Alvarez, Willie Duran, Jorge Martin, and people who just selflessly devoted themselves for months going into these areas, talking to the witnesses,
Exactly.
and ultimately to the witnesses themselves for coming forward.
Do they? All right, then here's a good question. Do the researchers come to similar conclusions? In other words, that there is something real here, that it is not a myth, that something really is killing these animals. Have they all come to the same conclusion, or do they vary?
They all agree on the reality of the phenomenon. I think by and large, they do agree on its origin. I think most of
Puerto Rico.
the Puerto Rican researchers believe that it's an extraterrestrial phenomenon in some way related to the strong presence of allegedly alien beings on the island. As I said, you could write an entire book on...
Well, you know, again, Scott, people used to, scoff a lot at this sort of thing, but here we have a survey done this last weekend by CNN and USA Today that shows that 8 out of 10 Americans believe the U.S. government is hiding information about contact with aliens. That's 8 out of 10. That's a higher percentage than support abortion, for example. As a matter of fact, 8 out of 10 is rarely taken as agreement. Well, I think we had it in the Gulf War, maybe. But Americans rarely agree to that percentage on anything. So I thought that was amazing. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Hi, I'm so excited to get on. Hi, Scott. It's great that you're investigating the Chupacabras. I moved to Puerto Rico in '95, and the Chupacabras has been a part of my life. Not exactly personally, but, just being exposed to it. It's interesting that the indigenous people there had a myth of a bat-like creature that represented death, and it was called Ibiri. And also another thing geographically about the island is that it's just a great big catacomb. When I was there, I went to classes and I did some cave exploring, and there's this one place called Camuy where there are 2,000 caves in the area and only 200 have been explored. Right. And it's just a great big catacomb. Anything can be down there. And the fact that
you mentioned that, actually. Very few people know about the Camuy cave systems, about 40 kilometers long.
Yes, I've swum through a couple of those myself. And I know that there could be anything out there, and I'm sure that these farmers are not killing off their goats they're very expensive on the island. They wouldn't just be killing off their goats for no reason. Another thing is the UFO connection there. Arecibo's satellite sending out messages to aliens, waiting for an answer. Maybe we got one. And there's also a experimentation place there, a military animal experimentation place, and a lot of the people feel that there might be a connection there, some kind of genetic. Some people, have described it as a monkey, and but I don't think we have blood-sucking monkeys that I know of. But it's And the animals don't get rigor mortis after they're dead. They do not get rigor mortis. I mean, that's what I heard on the television over in Puerto Rico when I was there. And what's interesting is that, you know, I went there and I came back. I took a Greyhound bus from Florida back all through the southern part of the country up to, and I live here in Oregon now. This thing is like following me or something. Kind of funny. Yeah, my kids love the story. My son has written a book about it, and it's a great mythology to know, but it's also very, very old. In the 70s and in the 50s, there were stories of, you know, vampire creatures on the island, and it's part of the culture, really, and mythology, and it's really possible that these things could have come up from the center of the earth with so many caves that have not been explored there, and the military thing and the alien thing, you know, there's the Arecibo.
Well, it seems as though everybody, thank you, agrees they exist, and nobody agrees on where they come from, because we just don't know.
That remains the prize-winning question: where do they come from? But as the caller just pointed out, yes, the Taino Indians had a number of legends. Certain creatures like the Maboya, I believe, is one of the entities. And yes, there's very much a folkloric background for some of these sightings. But Chupacabras itself appears to be a recent development. And I don't see it collected anywhere in the history books at any rate, not the ones that I've had access to.
Mm-hmm. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm in Montana, western Montana.
Well, all right.
And we've had Sasquatch sightings here, too. And I've been doing a lot of reading, and I've got a question, and it involves two areas. One is with the germs and the animals dying and so forth, and the other involves the sightings of the Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Okay, dating back to World War I, there's been ongoing research to develop a germ or a bacterium or toxin that would be extremely toxic. You couldn't kill it.
Okay.
And the United States and Great Britain, Germany, Japan, Russia are all involved in developing this thing.
Of course.
They have done experimentation off of the East Coast that I'm aware of in the early 50s, and since then, the alligators and crocodiles down in Florida area, they've lost their ability to reproduce. So there's been sea animals and so forth all over on both coasts that have shown up dead. There's birds showing up dead.
I know.
Inland and
I know.
so
These
forth.
are all environmental difficulties that are plaguing us, but I just had a thought, Scott. Let's say that something like the Chupacabra is created in a laboratory.
Right.
If that's the case, it may be that we have created a new animal genetically. Maybe we have created something that has no natural way to live on this planet. In other words, it has no natural prey, it has no natural food, it has no natural way to reproduce. So it escapes from a lab, it does a lot of damage, and then it dies. Possible?
That's, of course, as long as we continue discussing the subject of genetics, certainly, and an escapee from a lab. However, there's been no huge manhunt for the creature that I can tell. Of course, there were rumors that the creature had in fact been captured by the civil defense in the early weeks of the phenomenon, the Puerto Rican stage of the phenomenon, but nothing ever came of that. It just remained hearsay, which unfortunately there's been too much of in the whole phenomenon, but that's what we're dealing with.
Well, as I said, if one were captured, I think it very unlikely the military would go and get it and take it away, and they would dissect it, trying to find out if it was alien or what it was. If they weren't the ones that created it.
And they're trying to see how it works?
That's exactly right, and cut it into little pieces, I'm sure. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, where are you?
I'm calling from Colorado.
Yes, sir.
Yes, a year ago I had met a gentleman that had came to Colorado at a UFO conference, and he had a lot of outstanding photographs. And he showed me a picture of what he said was a chupacabra.
And what did it look like?
It sort of looked like a bat. It was in mid-flight, and you could make out characteristics on its face. And I looked at a lot of the local drawings that people had that claiming they were chupacabras, and some of the features didn't quite match up to what the...
Do you have a copy of this photograph?
I could call him and see if I could get permission to send it to you.
Would you do that?
Yes.
You know me in photographs of creatures.
You can make out details on it, and a lot of people have looked at it. And at the conference in Denver, a lot of people had looked at it and scrutinized it, but because of the detail, they seemed that it was very good.
All right.
They didn't question it in any way.
You know my address, right?
Yes.
All right. Send it to me immediately.
Okay, I certainly will.
All right, thank you. I post these things, and you never know what's fraudulent and what's real, but I put them up there, Scott, and I let people look at them and decide for themselves.
Well, it's fascinating. During the Mexican stage of the phenomenon, a couple of fishermen, I think, mutilated a cat, or and somehow cut it open to give it wings. And that was paraded in Mexican newspapers with chupacabras for a couple of weeks.
The winged cat.
That's right.
You know what? I think I saw a photograph of that thing.
It's been making the rounds still.
That's
a year later.
Horrible. That's horrible. They cut open a cat to give it wings?
It's astounding what will go on. But people will sometimes think to chupacabras like levels.
Ah, yes. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Scott Corrales. Hello.
Yes, this is Chuck from Nashville, Tennessee.
Hi, Chuck.
Have an interesting story about a chupacabra and UFO connection.
All right.
A friend of mine and I had actually, it was me that heard the newscast from a local TV station about a man who had some sort of encounter. And at that particular time, I'd really just heard, little bits and pieces about the chupacabra.
Now, wait a minute. Now, I heard that. Was that near Nashville?
Yeah, it was in the Orlando community, just outside of Springfield, Tennessee.
Yes.
And we investigated that before the MUFON organization showed up.
And what did you find?
Oh, very interesting. What really got my attention was the news media, local news media, had to rerun the story because the gentleman got a little upset because they portrayed him as the stereotypical good old boy. Well, with his dog and such. The man was a carpenter, and they lived out in the country. He had two small boys, and what was interesting is when we went out there, he started to go in the house because at that time he was being inundated. He had a veterinarian to come out and check his dog, and the veterinarian didn't make any comment about any marks. The marks that we saw on this particular dog were not that of an animal or a chupacabra, but at that time we didn't know what it was. He had described these strange lights, and also had a UFO that was reported above him during this hysterical situation. My outtake on it, after hearing this, was that something was obviously looking at something, or looking for something around where he lived. Now, he had also told us of all the small animals that his dogs had drug up, but had literally dried up. He called them dehydrated. And so, again, I didn't make the connection. It wasn't until a month later when we went back after MUFON showed up. Let me back up just a second. There were some tracks that he showed us under his deck. He lived in a trailer out in the country, and the field that he was back up against was just a great big soybean field.
Okay, what were the tracks?
The tracks, they were strange. As a matter of fact, we wanted to take a sample of them, and he told us not to because MUFON had contacted him and told him to, leave everything as it was until they showed up. So we didn't bother it, but the tracks, this might sound strange, but it looked like, have you ever seen a chicken's track? Except this had webs between the toes, bigger webs than a chicken would have. but it definitely was an imprint, and it was organic. I'm also a physician, and I'm using an alias for obvious reasons. And so, having that interest in this, we went out there. I guess this was my first official UFO investigation that turned out to be a little stranger because, in fact, when we went back a month later, MUFON had interviewed his two sons. And the little boy, the smaller boy, had told the people that he had saw this creature up in a tree. And again, I had not made the connection with the small animals, but we were more interested in the UFO sighting and some of the strange phenomena that centered around it. So when we heard MUFON had told the little boy that that was a chupacabra, the way he described it. And this person was obviously in a situation he didn't want any more media on this because the local radio stations were making fun of him, and so we were genuine with him, and to this date I could go back out there and visit with him, but it was very interesting, and I thought maybe I'd shed that light on.
Well, why don't you do two things? One, why don't you put him in touch with me?
Sure.
We don't laugh at people here.
Right, I understand that.
All right.
Well, I really appreciate your show, and I think you have some interesting concepts on that. My only thing is that whatever it was, after thinking about this, from having been out there on two different occasions, is that it would take too much detail to go in to make this correlation. But from what I understood, and this is just an opinion, but it seemed like whatever had gotten loose out there and had been out there weeks before this sighting appeared, something had some way of tracking this animal. And it had to be something with a lot more technology than we have, and was, because after that incident, after the UFO incident, there were no more dead animals.
Maybe it came and collected whatever it was, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care. There you are, Scott.
That's a fascinating story. I'd never heard of that account.
Well, what I found is, Scott, when you don't laugh at people, when you simply listen to them, they don't mind telling their story, but just about everybody minds being ridiculed, and they don't like it. And if you ridicule them, then they're just not ever going to tell you their story. Anyway, listen, Scott, your book, Chupacabras and Other Mysteries, is not yet available. So what can they do? Take pre-orders at this point?
The expected release date at the time is July 4th.
July 4th, a great day to release a book indeed. All right, my friend, I want to thank you for being here, and we will do it again sometime.
Thank you very much, Art. It's been my pleasure.
God, take care, and I hope you can get some sleep.
I'll try.
All right. Thank you, and good night. That's Scott Corrales, and he knows about the Chupacabra and other such animals. Coming up next, Open Line Talk Radio. Unscreened, unplanned, and sometimes pretty weird. I'm going to touch on just a couple of things here, and then we're going to go to open lines. Over the weekend, CNN and the USA Today combined in their efforts, as they do many times, to do a poll. And the results of that poll, along with many other questions, were as follows. 64% of the American people, all of you, say aliens have contacted humans. Imagine that. 80% of all Americans. I said 80%. And we rarely ever agree, in that percentile. 80% of all Americans say they believe the U.S. government is hiding information on alien contact. These are not small majorities. They're big ones. And my question is, why do you think such a large group of Americans believe in alien presence, in fact, in a greater percentage than they give their own government credibility? It's a pretty good question, isn't it? They believe more in aliens than they do in their own government. And then, of course, there is the one that I think most of the talk shows are probably talking about, and I will not ignore it. The president in San Diego made a speech in which he considered, it's interesting that he would consider it as opposed to doing it. It's like trying to run it up the flagpole or something. Considering an apology to black Americans for slavery. Now, the first question I have is why the president would consider publicly giving an apology. if you're going to do it, why not just do it? Is he just putting this out there, trying to see what we think of the idea? I suppose. He conducts himself mostly by polling, doesn't he? So, obviously then, is it proper the president apologize for slavery? For our ancestors' misdoings? Is it proper he would do that? Is there any good reason for him to do it? Now, there are a couple of ways of looking at race relations in America today. One of them is the inner cities, where they are arguably deteriorating, getting worse. And the other is non-inner city areas, where relations probably are getting better. As a matter of fact, I think it was Cokie Roberts on the Sunday Show said that interracial marriage is up 20% in the last 10 years. And I have always thought that eventually that will put an end to race difficulties, because there will continue to be interracial marriage until finally we all end up being grays or something. You know, not black, not white, not red. With some Asian characteristics, we'll end up looking like grays with some Asian characteristics. What does that remind you of? So there is that. Hi, Art. I feel more people believe in aliens, true, than our government, because the aliens haven't lied to us as much as the government has. As far as President Clinton, or anybody for that matter, apologizing to blacks in America for slavery, I don't know too many people living today that had anything to do with it. So why should anybody living today have to apologize for it? It's too bad that there was slavery in the first place. But I'm sure not going to apologize for something I had nothing to do with. Nick in KSTP country. Yeah. I kind of understand that. I think that our president is just setting something up to be talked about, argued about, that will have no relevance for those who take the position Nick does, or that I do. And I'm not against it. Slavery was wrong. Everybody knows that. But what relevance is there? In what way will it improve anybody's life out there for a president to make an apology? By the way, while we're still at it, he won't even apologize to Paula Jones. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello. Turn your radio off, please.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm not getting you on my radio right now.
You're not?
No, I'm...
Well, there's then two reasons for you to have it off.
All right. I watch zombie movies, Italian zombie movies, and...
You watch Italian zombie movies?
Yeah, from the 70s, and I was wondering if, say there was a contagion or a disease now that was infecting people, killing them, and the bodies, I don't know, they still had the disease when they were buried, and do you think that there's a possibility that any disease that was coming forth right now would maybe be, I don't know, in some kind of state of limbo, or maybe I'm just wondering if there's a possibility that maybe these diseases could revive the person to come out of the ground?
Well, I would hope not. That would be the last thing I would want to see. You remember The Night of the Living Dead?
Yeah, that's one of my...
Probably one of your favorite movies, right?
Dawn of the Dead, too.
Dawn of the Dead. I hope not. I mean, but you never know. There might be some little something down there, lying dormant, waiting for just the right pollutant to come along and marry it. And it would reanimate, a better term, the dead, and we would have, once again, zombies.
Wow.
Would you, if there were zombies, I take it from what you've just told me, you would be a fan.
I suppose it would probably, I'd always...
I mean, you might even be a zombie groupie.
Maybe from a distance. Yeah, because...
I remember, look, when I was young, in the original movie came along,
Mm-hmm.
Night of the Living Dead, I thought that was one of the scariest movies I had ever seen in my whole life, and it gave me nightmares for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
It was horrible. The original one was actually more horrible than the redo, you know, where we had color graphic of people being dismembered. Man, I remember that first one. Actually, even the advertisement for it on the radio, I don't know if those of you who are old enough to remember or not, but even the advertisement for Night of the Living Dead on the radio was really, really scary. Boy, that was scary. Whew. Used to freak me out, but then again, I liked it too. So there he was, a fan of zombies. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yep.
This is Jerry from Nashville. I'm a black person, and I've read Ghost Wolf's manuscript, and I think that probably what...
Would you turn your radio off, please?
I sure will. I think probably what he's... President is getting at is just sort of moving forward, recreating our thoughts throughout this manuscript. You know, he speaks of different meetings and...
Isn't that a beautiful manuscript?
Oh, it is. It is. It's just lovely. But I don't think, I mean, I certainly don't require an apology, but I just think that perhaps, you know, I get the impression that we need to change the direction, and so we just need to start somewhere. You know, even with the Indians, you know, just... the people that probably, the people that did this are no longer here, but it's just a way of starting. You know, I'm on my prayer bones all the time, asking for forgiveness, anything I've done to people, you know, and...
But everything in other words, every group has done something to another group. Blacks were here, and they helped, in many cases, fight against the Native Americans.
You are absolutely right. I mean, I think we all should be, you know, I think there should be, he should be speaking, you know, for everybody. I agree with that.
And then maybe the British owe us a big apology, and we no doubt owe the Mexicans an apology. I mean, we could all begin apologizing to each other for everything that's happened in the past.
Right, you're absolutely right.
I would just like to know if there's really anything that you feel would come of the president apologizing for slavery. Would there be any difference in your life, in people's hearts, or anything?
No, not at all. I just feel that this is just a way of, you know, starting over and improving, you know, the future for us, because I get the impression that our thoughts, you know, are causing us to move towards destruction, and that's the only thing that I see.
There's no question about that. Yes, thank you very much. Move toward destruction. We are doing that. Now, if I could understand in some way that an apology from the president really would change hearts, and at least he had that part right. I mean, we've already made the laws, and for the most part, they're followed. But that does not change a person's heart, and you can't legislate that. So, if I thought that the apology would change hearts, then I'd be for it. But I don't think so, and so I think all he's doing, it seems like anyway, all he's doing is just sort of putting out there something to be argued about. Moreover, he didn't really do it, and to me, he should have had the body parts to just come out and give the apology. If he had it in his mind to do it, then he should have just done it. He doesn't have to ask us, in effect, permission to do it. You know, like there'll be a poll, and then if the American people decide collectively in a poll that an apology is in order, then he's going to go ahead and make it. If not, why then we'll hear no more about it. I just don't like the way he's doing that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
I was just listening to what you had to say to that last caller.
Yes.
And I've got to agree with you. This is pretty much redundant. I'm a white man married to a black woman, and I see where no apology would do anything. I mean, it's ridiculous. If they're going to do anything, you know, why not apologize to the Native Americans for robbing their land from them?
I don't know. I mean, there have been injustices perpetrated by peoples upon peoples for as long as there have been peoples.
Right, I hear you.
So, I'm not sure what he's doing back there. I guess he wants something to be argued about. I don't know.
Being that my wife is black, if he wants to do anything, give us the equivalent of the 40 acres and a mule that was promised, I guess. I don't know, this is kind of stupid.
Then you'd have something real to argue about, at least.
Right, exactly.
Right. I thank you for the call. 40 acres and a mule, or whatever it is Farrakhan wants, or, some sort of remuneration or whatever. We apologized for incarceration of the Japanese, the internment. Incarceration, you picked the word, during the Second World War, as being unconstitutional. Of course, there are survivors of that. I don't think there's anybody around now that was a slave, or anybody around now that was a slave owner. And I don't know, I vacillate between thinking, well, it's an okay thing. It would have been okay if he'd just come out and had done it. But to sort of make it a national question, should we or should we not apologize, which is what I'm getting from what he said in San Diego, I just don't see why we're doing that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Jack from San Joaquin Valley in California.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, I'm calling about the mention earlier of this law about the technology that allow the police to find concealed weapons in your car.
No. It's worse than that, Jack. In other words, a police car going by on the street could send out a beam to you, and they could literally see through your clothing and see a concealed weapon. That's the technology. Now, how about that?
Well, I wouldn't have a problem with this as long as it was a condition of parole. For everybody on the streets who's just walking around and minding their own business, never been in trouble with the law,
Yeah.
I can see where this would be a problem. And this I would have a problem with. If a person's on parole or probation, and if the condition of their parole and they have a search clause, then I can see where this could be initiated for this particular person.
Well, if they identified the person and then did the search electronically, that would be one thing. But to have this device on a police car or in a patrol car as a routine matter, going around looking for people carrying concealed weapons, I don't know. That seems to me like a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment, clearly.
I would tend to agree with you on that point, Art. I can see that. I'm not really certain about how this technology is all-encompassing. First time I've heard about it is on your show tonight.
Right. Well, it's for real. I'm sorry to say it's for real. Thank you very much for the call. It was covered on the Sunday shows. It's not here yet, but it's coming. And they already, have little machines that can literally look through your clothes and see you naked. They are used at some airports. And I suppose it's some sort of offshoot of that. Something that would allow them to detect the presence and see the shape of a gun. Technology. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah. Is it okay if I have any subject tonight?
Any subject.
Yeah, just something I've been kind of noticing when I watch TV and stuff, read magazines. A couple of years ago I was watching an article about the Canadians were upset with the American military about something about certain kinds of hawks or something that are migrating back and forth because the military reason for experiments. And the experiment was that they had a small item attached to the bird's leg that they could track it by satellite. And then that the next step, which was supposed to be available the next year, and this was several years ago, is that thing on their leg would actually be able to transmit a video signal to the satellite. And, this is just kind of giving me an idea of what the technology is out there available. And when I read articles in different science magazines about the global positioning devices that they have.
Oh, yeah.
And that they're also working on transmitting badges so that you could wear a badge that would transmit your location. And some of the applications that were talked about was like, you go to Disneyland and you put one on each child. You don't have to worry about, them getting lost.
Sure.
And when I start to piece the whole thing together, and I'm not really one of those conspiracy-minded people, but in general, I don't trust government. But when I think about the whole thing pieced together, when I think about the applications for crime, if I was able to put something on somebody, that I would know where they are at any time.
Well, the best way you could do that would be not to put it on them, but
Exactly.
but put it in them.
Yes, put it in them. The chip would, there's that one county, I believe, in some state where they were injecting animals with chips.
Yeah, no, they're doing it all over the place.
Exactly, and it was mandatory in one
But that
county.
requires an active scanner. What they could put in you is an active device that would, in effect, be like an airplane transponder. And so they could literally track everybody going everywhere.
Right, and the thing is, one of the things I always think about government, the way to get what you want is to have the people demand it. And, when you start talking about how it could solve crime, children would no longer be a threat to be, or not 100%, but, your children, you could find out where they are within a blink of a second possibly, and they could, who is going to take anybody's kids anymore with the possibility of being found immediately. When, I'm talking years down the road, when you tie this all in with, you start tying it in with laser satellite technology and different things like that, I start to think, well, if the good citizen, if all the good citizens who have this chip or whatever on them, then you look down the road at, when it comes to control, you could be taken out at any time, at any place, whenever they wanted to.
Well, if they came, do you have children?
Yes.
Yeah. They came to you and said, we could implant this chip in your children, and it would increase their safety manyfold. We'd find them if they got lost or kidnapped or some foul play took place. Would you go for it?
No, not with the way I'm thinking right now. Of course, no.
No chips for my kids, huh?
No chips for my kids. But there's sometimes I think to myself, gee, if I can figure this out, then they've already gone beyond what I'm thinking of. I've even
well, you know what? You
had
can
talks about they can put it in you without you knowing it.
Yeah, you can almost depend on it. How about this? As everybody goes in for a routine operation, they get implanted.
Yeah.
Think about it. It could be.
Yep.
We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. I'm Art Bell, and yes, this is the new time slot we're in. Somebody writes, Art, would you please explain your reasoning for moving the time slot of your show, Russ in California? Sure. No problem, Russ. We are generally thought of as an all-night program. And it's easier to be an all-night program beginning at 1 a.m. on the East Coast than it is at 2. And that is the main reason for moving. And then, of course, as you come across the time zones in the country, it becomes very convenient. For example, in the Midwest, we have a midnight start. In mountain time zones, we have an 11 o'clock start, and here in the Pacific, we have a 10 o'clock start. So it was just sort of more convenient all the way around. All right, back to the lines we go. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
How are you?
This is Richard calling from Reno.
Hi, Richard.
Since we're having open lines this evening, I thought I'd like to talk about black helicopters.
Okay.
I've spent, I'm a retired Air Force firefighter, and I spent a good portion of my time during my military career watching helicopters fly around the airfield.
Yeah.
And most military helicopters are black.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
And there's a general paranoia. These helicopters got to fly around, and
so what's
I don't know where it started. Excuse me?
What's the big deal?
Nothing. I just wonder what the big deal is with the people's concern about black helicopters.
You're the first call I've had in weeks.
Is it?
Yeah. So it must be just you.
Yeah. Well, no. It's
there could be one hovering outside your window right now.
Quite possibly, Art.
Looking in.
Yes.
Taking in every little detail of your life.
They probably already have it.
That's right.
And the second thing I'd like to talk to you about is your back problems.
Well, that's a sore subject.
Yes, sir, it is. I've had chronic back problems for about 15 years, and I don't refer to it as a bad back. I refer to it as a problem back because if I get to thinking it's a bad back, it'll just get me down and keep me down.
It's a bad back. Mine's a bad back.
Well, sir, don't let it get you down.
Bad back. Oh, no, it doesn't.
I let it slow me down, but I don't let it stop me.
Well, occasionally, about 2-3 times a year, it turns me into a pretzel for a period of a day or two, and then I slowly begin to, come back to a normal person.
Yeah, I'm having that problem now. Oh. I'm a long-haul truck driver, Art, and you keep me going quite a bit.
All right, my
friend. Help me make it through some nights. You have a good morning and a good day, huh?
You take care. Yeah, I have a bad back. Now, I created my own bad back. I fell off a pole. I did what in the industry is called burning a pole. You know what burning a pole is? You have two choices when you burn a pole. You can either... Have you ever seen a phone pole up close? Have you ever seen... Well, they have little things sticking out of them. So when you fall off a pole, you have two choices. You can either grab the pole and slide down it, in essence, and they will be picking things out of your body for months to come, and you'll generally get poisoned. Or you can push away from the pole and fall. I chose to push away from the pole and fall, and I came down on my butt and my elbow. And when I did, it compressed two of my vertebrae, L4 and L5, so that every now and then they reach out and touch the adjacent nerve, and when they do, I become like a pretzel for a few days. And that is my bad back. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, is this still the free calling?
I beg your pardon? No, it's not free calling anymore. Now it's 25 cents per minute.
Okay, well, that's okay. I just have a question for you. A couple months back, I was listening to your show, and you had gotten a fax from the girlfriend of a guy named Billy Bob or something like that, who was flying over Area 51.
Yeah, oh yes.
And I listened to it until his radio had cut out, and then I never heard anything more about that. And
There's nothing more to hear. I mean, it's not like you can pick up a telephone and call Area 51, you see.
Yeah, because it was just the concern in your voice when you were trying to get him to not do what he was doing, and then when the radio cut out.
Well, I anticipated the fact that he would be shot down.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I believe occurred. He got shot down.
After that, didn't his girlfriend fax you saying that she was going to see if
That's
she could
right.
find out what happened? And
That's right.
You haven't heard anything from them?
Nary a word.
Oh, boy.
Uh-huh.
Because I was just wondering about that.
So they probably got her, too, is the way I figured.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take care. Yeah, I think they got her. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, all right. This is Gary from St. Louis.
Hello, Gary.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about the electronic thing. The cops being able to look at you and see if you're carrying weapons.
That's right.
Well, geez, Art, they don't really need to do that. They can stop you for any imagined violation and search you in your car without a warrant right now. So what do they need that for?
Well, I guess too many people are complaining about those kinds of searches. So this way they'll be able to just go zzz from their patrol car, and they'll see that you have a gun, and then they will have sufficient cause to search. Now, what I'm saying is, this kind of technology, to me, represents a terrible, terrible invasion of our privacy and a violation of our Fourth Amendment rights. What do you think?
I think it could very well get that far, but I think they're doing that already, Art.
Well,
I mean, the forfeiture laws, drug forfeiture laws, they can take your belongings, your cash. They don't even have to charge you. They don't even have to convict you.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Yeah, talking about Orwell, yeah.
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Orwell, wherever you are. Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi there.
It's Tootie in Northern California.
Well, hi.
How are you?
I am well.
Good. Me too. You were talking about chips in people to identify them.
Yep.
I heard a couple of years ago that that's being done already in Bulgaria to the babies that are born there.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Bulgarian babies, of all things?
Mm-hmm.
You would think, wouldn't you, that American babies would be the first, but maybe not.
Oh, because we're the first in everything?
Well, because that kind of technology would be developed here.
Well, I don't know. But anyway, I heard that a couple of years ago, so it's here, it's with us, and, you know.
Well, do you have any children?
No.
No? If you do have any children, as you read today's headlines with children being kidnapped and killed, would you be willing to have a chip implanted in your child?
I'd prefer not.
Suppose they told you, but crime is rampant, children are being taken, children are being assaulted, and this chip would allow us to save your child's life.
I doubt it. I don't think that they could make that kind of assertion, and they certainly couldn't guarantee that, and I don't think it's worth it. I think that the lack of privacy, well, we don't have any privacy anymore, but I mean, enough is enough, and I would prefer not to do that.
Okay. No chip for you then.
No chips.
Okay, thank you very much for the call. Take care. No chip there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. Steve from South Dakota.
Hello, Steve.
Oh, I was just sitting here burning the midnight oil or the early morning oil, getting ready to send some stuff to Richard, and I hear he's going to be on tomorrow night.
That's true.
And I just wanted to call to tell you how much I enjoyed your show with Stan Tenen.
Oh, wasn't that good?
That was a marvelous show.
Yep.
If you ever have him on again, ask him about the technology of the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Well...
He has quite a theory about some of the things that...
All right, I will ask him, but Richard will have comments about Egypt tomorrow.
Good. Okay. Have you used your have you been out using your scope lately?
My scope.
Telescope.
Oh, telescope.
Yes.
You got to say telescopes.
I'm sorry.
Not the last week or two. I've also used my telescope for terrestrial stuff, and it's really cool.
Boy, the moon is really glorious right now.
Is it? Good time to look?
Yep, it's time to look.
We're coming toward a full moon, aren't we?
Yeah, it's about three-quarter moon right now.
Okay. Well, you're right. Maybe it'd be a good time when I get off to go out there and take a look-see. Thanks. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Kate from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Hi, Kate.
Hi. You discussed a little while ago a certain subject I'd like to just give you a little thought upon. Maybe it might give you an idea or two.
All right.
Okay, it's about suicide.
Yep.
You remember?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a book here that is called Song on the Phoenix from Santa Fe. The lady is called Lily Fairchild.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's called, the prefix of the book is called Voices of Comfort and Healing from the Afterlife.
Yep.
Okay, now, it's kind of hard to prove channeling, so I can't tell you this is the honest truth, correct?
Well, that's, people have different points of view about that.
Yes, we do.
You know how I feel about channeling. I'm suspicious.
Well, I am too, because, we don't have proof. Exactly. Okay, but I thought I'd read you this, about 3 paragraphs here, and just turn you on a little bit about this suicide thing, okay?
Okay.
Are you open?
I'm listening. Don't read to me, though.
Here it goes.
No, don't. No.
No, I won't read to you. I'll
Okay.
give you in my own words through spacing.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead. Go ahead.
we can afford to read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, now, what we all call suicide, right?
Yeah.
Is a deliberate termination of your own life.
Sounds that way to me, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, now this, when you do that, disrupts a pattern that was set forth and agreed upon by you and your chosen destiny. Apparently, we all have a chosen destiny before we are born.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, but then one could argue that your chosen destiny is to commit suicide.
That could be the case, exactly. Now it says here, however, of course, agreed upon by you as your choice, you must examine, okay, not only your action, the action you cause on itself, but the intent behind the action to determine whether it is appropriate or inappropriate.
Well, I think that, I don't know exactly what that means, but I would say that one should examine the effect it will have on those left behind. In other words, not consider just yourself, but your family, your children, your friends, all of those who will be affected by your actions. And if you don't consider all of that, then you are committing indeed a very selfish act, aren't you? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, good morning. What a treat it is to hear you at 6 o'clock in Philadelphia. I'll tell you, it's incredible. Thanks for the extra hours in the East Coast.
You bet.
Yeah, I'm the one that sent you the email to start out our host, Art and Ferump. I'll leave it at that. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Thank you. So they've got us to Philadelphia for the whole show now. Wow. Cool. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, good evening, Art.
Good evening, sir.
I was just thinking, I think it's a good idea to implant it in kids, but I'd like to just be sure that they take it out at a certain point, you know?
Whoa. Oh, that's like when they bring on a new tax, you know, and they say the tax will be what's called a sunset tax.
What's that?
Well, that means it's kind of like saying when the sun goes down or when the need for the tax goes away, they will no longer have the tax.
Right.
That's never true.
Yes, good luck trying
So
to
when they
that.
get the chip in, the odds of it being taken out, slim and none.
Now, let me ask you a question. If Chupacabra and Bigfoot got into a fight, who would win?
Well, I think Chupacabra, because Chupacabra would reach in and pull Bigfoot's guts out. Now, it would be arguably a gigantic meal.
That's true.
Perhaps too much for a Chupa, but, you know, I think the Chupa would take it.
Bigfoot would have the reach, but Chupacabra's got the heart, let's face it.
And the liver, and the spleen,
blood,
and the lungs.
and the eyeballs.
There you go, sir. Thank you for such a gory call at the end of the day. On my international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
It's your birthday.
Well, you're right, it is.
And I haven't heard anyone sing happy birthday or even say happy birthday to you.
Do not sing happy birthday to me.
All right, we won't.
Actually, I'm going to deal with my birthday tonight when I come on the air.
Good. We missed you your first hour today.
Where are you?
Up in Vancouver.
Vancouver. Well, we now start the show 1 hour earlier, so the best thing to do is to call your local radio station and ask them to begin carrying the first hour.
Yeah, I did that once, but I think I'll do it again because I sure miss having the beginning of the show.
Okay.
All right, so happy birthday to you, Art. We love you.
Well, thank you, and my guess would be, by the way, now that I think about it, you will probably get the first hour as the next hour. Maybe. I don't know. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bell. My great-great-grandfather had slaves in Texas.
All right. Do you, hold on a sec. Let me redo this here. Do you want to apologize for that now?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I didn't do it.
You don't feel guilty?
I don't feel guilty, and blacks...
You don't think you have genetic guilt?
I don't have genetic guilt. As a matter of fact, if you'll go back and look at Africa and the history, and you'll find, look at the history of Egypt and northern Africa, you'll find out that blacks and Africans had blacks as slaves there.
You know, I'm glad that you mentioned. I'm glad that you mentioned Egypt. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned Egypt because the traditional explanation of how the pyramids got built.
Yes.
Now, shouldn't somebody be apologized to there?
That's right.
Remember all those people that had to tote those big rocks? I saw it in movies.
Another thing tonight, President Clinton was very interesting. Clinton came on and also mentioned that
they were even crushing people between the rocks. I mean, think of the apology those people ought to get.
That's right. There's so many apologies due for a lot of things, and I'm not condoning what my great-great-great-grandfather did. But on the other hand, I just want to say this again, please, is that Clinton came on tonight. He indicated within 30 to 50 years that the white people in the country will be outnumbered. And he's like shoving this down our throats and saying, this is something we're going to have to accept, and we're going to have good race relations, whether we like it or not. And I'm just going to say this, and I've said it before, and you've probably heard me when I've said it previously. Name on your left hand 5 things that a black person has invented, manufactured, brought to market.
Oh, well, you sound like a racist.
No, I'm just being no, sir, I'm not a racist.
I said you sound like a racist.
No. But as a matter of fact, no.
Actually, President Clinton is right about that. We are going to all have to ultimately get along.
No, we don't. That's the problem.
Do.
The Germans don't. The British, the French don't. You see, they have race problems. Well, they have big race problems in Germany. They're having big race problems also in Britain.
Problems all over the world.
That's right.
And ultimately, we're all going to have to get along. And when we finally get our consciousnesses raised enough,
right.
Maybe we will.
Well, sir, let me just say this one thing. You know, I like your show and I listen to it a lot. You know, and you're married to a Puerto Rican Filipina, and I've seen her. She's a nice-looking lady, and you know, you believe in everybody's going to go gray, and I don't.
Right now,
you in any way.
Right now,
I don't agree with you.
Oh, fine, that's fine. The president right now said that in the last decade, interracial marriage has increased by 20%.
So let's just lose the country.
Now that is going to have an inevitable result.
The inevitable result, it will pull the whites down because, you see, look around you. Everything, the ham radio that you love well, and your computer and your carpet and your desk, those were invented by white people, mainly white men.
Oh, you're just an ignorant person. I'm sorry that you like my show, and I can't imagine why you do. That's very sad. You, sir, are an ignorant person. Have a good morning. Have a nice day. Anyway, we'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock Pacific, 1 a.m. East Coast time. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. Good night.